suot natin.
The session is called to order. Please rise for the invocation to be led by Representative Jericho Nograles of Party List PBA.
Almighty Father, we pray that you constantly remind us of our duty to be servants of the people. Bless us with selflessness and understanding that we may transcend our differences in beliefs and ideals to work as one house of the people. May we be able to fulfill our mandate to consult, debate, and shape legislation for a better tomorrow and for our nation. We also ask for justice to those slain in the line of duty, especially our colleague from the 15th, 16th, and 17th Congress, the former Congressman Rodel Batucabe. This we ask through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Please remain standing for the singing of the national anthem.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, buyak ka ng magiging, sa manlulupit, di ka pasisingil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong baka, may nilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kisap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nakiligid, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng buwan, aming pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling ko. Aming ligaya dapat may mga akin, at mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we defer the calling of the roll. So move, Madam Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we approve the Journal Number 12, dated August 27, 2019, and the Journal Number 13, dated August 28, 2019. So move, Madam Speaker.
Is there an objection? The chair hears none. The journals mentioned is now approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we now proceed with the reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports.
The Secretary General is ready to read the House bills as reference for business on first reading.
Reference of business. Bills on first reading. House Bill Number 4101, granting the franchise of the Panay Electric Company Incorporated. Representative Paduano.
To the Committee of Legislative Franchises.
House Bill number 4102, amending sections 15 and 16 of Article 5 of RA number 10611. Representative Rodriguez.
to the Committee on Government Reorganization,
House Bill number 4103, modernizing the Bureau of Immigration. Representative Rodriguez.
to the Committee on Justice,
House Bill number 4104, amending further Section 21 of RA number 6165. Representative Rodriguez.
to the Committee on Dangerous Drugs,
House Bill number 41005, providing for the definition of public utility. Representative Rodriguez.
to the Committee on Economic Affairs,
House Bill number 4106, amending Section 4 and 8 of RA number 7042. Representative Rodriguez.
to the Committee on Economic Affairs and the Committee on Trade and Industry,
House Bill number 4107, mandating the Philippine Merchant Marine Academy to select one cadet from each congressional district every year to comprise its incoming class. Representative Rodriguez.
to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill number 4108, promoting and supporting the development of the corn industry. Representative Rodriguez.
to the Committee on Agriculture and Food,
House Bill number 4109, promoting open access in data transmission. Representative Abaya.
to the Committee on Information and Communications Technology,
House Bill number 4110, strengthening the powers of the National Telecommunications Commission. Representative Abaya.
to the Committee on Information and Communications Technology,
House Bill number 4111 and 4124, mandating the establishment and maintenance of a rainwater harvesting facility in all new institutional, commercial, and residential development projects in Metro Manila. Representative Lopez, Reyes, and Belmonte.
to the Committee on Metro Manila Development,
House Bill number 4112, adopting the integrated river basin management approach. Representative Villarica.
to the Committee on Natural Resources,
House Bill number 4113, ensuring the full implementation of fundamental equality before the law of women and men. Representative Villarica.
to the Committee on Women and Gender Equality,
House Bill number 4114, creating the National Water Resources Management Authority. Representative Villarica.
to the Committee on Government Reorganization, and to the Committee on Public Works and Highways,
House Bill number 4115, establishing an online network for the Philippines. Representative Villarica.
to the Committee on Information and Communications Technology,
House Bill number 4116, instituting inclusive education, establishing inclusive education learning resource centers for children and youth with special needs in all public schools divisions. Representative Villarica.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill number 4117, increasing the penalty for overloading of passengers in TVs. Representative Villarica.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill number 4118, providing for safety measures for culverts and other similar food or flood or drainage systems maintained by the government entities. Representative Villarica.
to the Committee on Public Works and Highways,
House Bill number 4119, reverting fish ponds which have been unutilized or abandoned for a period of 3 years to forest lands. Representative Villarica.
to the Committee on Natural Resources,
House Bill number 4120, mandating all employers in the private and public sectors, including all government offices, agencies, and instrumentalities, to provide free of charge, clean, healthy, sufficient, and accessible drinking water to all its employees. Representative Villarica.
to the Committee on Labor and Employment, and to the Committee of Civil Service and Professional Regulation,
House Bill number 4121, prohibiting the appropriation, encroachment, registration, and titling of creeks, esteros, streams, canal, riverbanks, and other public waterways. Representative Villarica.
to the Committee on Justice,
House Bill number 4122, requiring driver's education for all professional truck drivers. Representative Villarica.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill number 4123, reapportioning the 1st Legislative District and 2nd Legislative District of Agusan del Norte into the Lone Legislative District of Butuan City and the Lone Legislative District of the Province of Agusan del Norte, Representative Fortun and Amante Matba.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill number 4125, prescribing a code of conduct for the eviction of underprivileged and homeless citizens or the demolition of their dwellings, Representative Belmonte.
to the Committee on Housing and Urban Development,
House Bill number 4126, providing for the construction of the Pangasinan East-West Arterial Road in the province of Pangasinan, Representative Guico.
to the Committee on Public Works and Highways,
House Bill number 4127, establishing a national transition program for Filipino students with special educational needs, Representative Guico.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill number 4128, creating and establishing the Philippine High School for Sports, Representative Tan Alisa.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture, and to the Committee on Youth and Sports Development,
House Bill number 4129, providing for fair discount privileges to teachers on all modes of public transportation, Representative Lacson.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill number 4130, increasing campus security and crime awareness, installing closed-circuit television cameras in all schools, Representative Lacson.
to the Committee on Public Order and Safety,
House Bill number 4131, providing for the establishment of e-libraries in all public schools in the Philippines, Representative Lacson.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill number 4132, providing for a reliable internet speed connection in the Philippines, Representative Lacson.
to the Committee on Information and Communications Technology,
House Bill number 4133, establishing a Dr. Emilio B. Espinosa Sr. Masbate State University campus in Claveria, Masbate, to be known as the Besu Claveria Campus, Representative Bravo.
to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill number 4134, providing for additional support and compensation for educators in basic education, Representative Espino.
to the Committee on Appropriations,
House Bill number 4135, promoting rural health by providing for an accelerated program for the construction of potable water supply system in every barangay in the country within 3 years, Representative Espino.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill number 4136, strengthening, modernizing, and professionalizing the agricultural services of the LGUs, Representative Romero and Pineda.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill number 4137, amending RA number 10912, Representative Romero and Pineda.
to the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation, and to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill number 4138, establishing the Southern Palawan Special Economic Zone in the province of Palawan, Representative Abueg Zaldivar.
to the Committee on Economic Affairs, and to the Committee on Trade and Industry,
House Bill number 4139, institutionalizing the Nurse Development Project of the DOH, Representative T.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill number 4140, providing for the institutionalization of the conditional matching grant to provinces for local road and bridge repair, rehabilitation, and improvement, Representative Chato.
to the Committee on Public Works and Highways,
House Bill number 4141, allowing and regulating the use of motorcycles as public utility vehicles, Representative Chato.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill number 4142, 4144, and 4151, increasing, establishing bed capacities in the provinces of Bohol, Cagayan Valley, and Aklan, Representative Chato, Vargas Alfonso, and Haresco.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill number 4143, providing for the establishment of a TESDA training and accreditation center in Lon, Bohol, Representative Chato.
to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill number 4145, establishing the Citizen Service Program in all private and public schools, colleges, universities, and similar learning institutions, Representative Barba.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture, and to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill number 4146, prohibiting the access of minors to alcohol and penalizing establishments that provide alcohol to minors. Representative Barba.
to the Committee on Welfare of Children,
House Bill number 4147 and 4154, creating additional RTCs and family courts in the provinces of Leyte and Aklan. Representative Cari and Haresco.
to the Committee on Justice,
House Bill number 4148, reorganizing the Foreign Service Corps of the Philippines. Representative Hofer.
to the Committee on Foreign Affairs,
House Bill number 4149, upgrading the minimum salary grade of teachers from salary grade 11 to salary grade 20. Representative Haresco.
to the Committee on Appropriations,
House Bill number 4150, providing support for the surviving spouse and legal heir of slain justices and judges. Representative Haresco.
to the Committee on Justice,
House Bill number 4152, establishing NBI District Office in Malay, Aklan. Representative Haresco.
to the Committee on Justice,
House Bill number 4153, appropriating 100 million pesos for the construction of a new state-of-the-art hall of justice in the 2nd Legislative District of the province of Aklan. Representative Haresco.
to the Committee on Justice,
House Bill number 4155, mandating all male students in public and private universities, college, and similar learning institutions to complete the ROTC component of the NSTP as requisite for graduation. Representative Haresco.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture, and to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill number 4156, providing an assistance program for OFWs in distress, both documented and undocumented. Representative Haresco.
to the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs,
House Bill number 4158, providing safe haven for abandoned newborn infants. Representative Romualdez Yeda and Romualdez Ferdinand.
to the Committee on Welfare of Children,
House Bill number 4159, creating the National Council for Faith-Based and Community Partnerships. Representative Romualdez Yeda and Romualdez Ferdinand.
to the Committee on Government Reorganization, and to the Committee on People's Participation,
House Bill number 4160, providing stronger protection to children by increasing the age for determining statutory rape and other acts of sexual abuse and exploitation. Representative Romualdez Yeda, Romualdez Ferdinand.
to the Committee on Revision of Laws,
House Bill number 4161, establishing the Philippine Coast Guard Academy. Representatives Romualdez Yeda, Romualdez Ferdinand.
to the Committee on Transportation,
Resolutions. House Resolution 258, expressing profound condolences of the House on the demise of former DENR Secretary Regina Paz, Gina L. Lopez. Representative Nieto.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 259, directing the appropriate committee of the House to inquire on the alleged mass migration of private school teachers to public schools on the account of higher compensation with the end view of enacting legislative measures to address the same. Representative Vergara.
to the Committee on Rules,
Communications. Letter dated 31 July 2019 of Cecilia Borromeo, President, CEO, Land Bank of the Philippines, submitting to the House the report on the utilization of funds for the Unconditional Cash Transfer Program, second quarter, calendar year 2019.
to the Committee on Poverty Alleviation,
Letter dated August 6, 2019 of Attorney Glenn Pangalapalan, General Manager, PFDA-DA, submitting to the House various reports as of June 30, 2019.
to the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources,
Letters dated August 22, 2019 of Salvador C. Medaldea, Executive Secretary, Office of the President, Malacanang, transmitting two original copies, each of RA number 11373 to 11409, which were signed by President Rodrigo Roa Duterte.
to the Archives,
Committee reports. Report number 4 of the Committee on Ways and Means on House Bill number 304.
to the Committee on Rules,
Report number 5 of the Committee on Economic Affairs on House Bill number 78.
to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, today being a Monday, I open that we move the privilege hour.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The privilege hour is now open. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, first to avail of the privilege hour is Representative Pito Garbin of the party list Ako Bicol. I move that we recognize the Honorable Pito Garbin of Ako Bicol.
Representative Garbin is now recognized.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, fellow representatives, distinguished guests, good afternoon. Arise on a matter of personal and collective privilege. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, during the past few days, the Philippines has been bombarded with news about the release of convicts due to the applications of Republic Act 10592, known as the Good Conduct Time Allowance Law. As it turned out, even rape, murder convicts have been granted early release over good conduct. In recent news, it was reported that a total of 1,914 prisoners convicted of heinous crimes have been granted early since 2014, a year after the amendment of the Conduct Time Allowance Law. Not only are early releases of convicts prevalent nowadays, but also whimsical and capricious granting of bail on the pretense of absence of strong evidence of guilt. It is during these times that we are made to question the integrity of our justice system. While the eyes of the media focuses on the release of the convicted murderer rapist Antonio Sanchez, we forget the murder of our own and this august body, the late Congressman Rodel Batucabe of Ako Bicol Party List Representative. Congressman Rodel Batucabe was an incumbent member of the House of Representatives when he was murdered in broad daylight in the presence of so many of his constituents in Daraga. On that fateful afternoon on December 22, 2018, that day was supposed to be a very happy and momentous day for him, his wife, and his family, since it happened to be his wedding anniversary. And yet, despite the celebratory mood, he left the comfort of his home and loving embrace of his wife and children to be with his needy people to give them gifts in time for the Christmas season. Kong Rodel was murdered not because of a personal quarrel or property feud or dispute, but because of then incumbent mayor's dominion and hold on power in the local politics in the town of Daraga that has been seriously threatened by Kong Rodel's well-known and openly declared intention to contest the mayoralty post in the forthcoming election in May 2019. At the time of his death, almost all surveys conducted by local and national survey groups indicated that the wide margin support for Kong Rodel's mayoralty ran compared to that of the incumbent mayor and other contenders. Days before his assassination, Kong Rodel had already been forewarned of an assassination plot being hatched by the then incumbent mayor and his cohorts. But Kong Rodel was totally unfazed, not only because he was a person of the law and a faithful advocate of justice, but most significantly because he believed in the justness of his cause and the innate goodness of his fellow men. But he was to be proven wrong, not because he was murdered in cold blood, but because of what happened to this case. For a very short period from his untimely death, or barely 8 months thereafter, the RTC judge, hearing the double murder case filed before her sala for the murder of Kong Rodel and his bodyguard, had issued an order on August 30, 2019, approving the application for bail of former Mayor Awin Baldo, the brain and mastermind behind the brutal murder, the same person who earlier, per intelligence report, had been tagged as plotting to assassinate Kong Rodel days before the fateful day of December 22 of 2018. And the very same person who was collectively cited and pointed to by the assailants themselves and the other principal participants in the commission of the crime as their mastermind. The evidence against former Mayor Baldo is strong and beyond doubt and debate. For quite a number of days and weeks after the gruesome and cruel assassination, the Filipino people from all walks of life were witness to the daily news and briefings by all media outlets showing glaringly the open and unrehearsed admission of guilt by assailants and conspirators, as well as their uniform confession that it was former Mayor Baldo and no other who conceived and plotted and masterminded the well-planned, well-laid out, well-executed cold-blood killing of Kong Batocabe and his police escort. Not only were the testimonies voluntarily and freely made and given, the actual and physical evidence gathered by the authorities all confirm not only their direct participation in the commission of the crime, but their having been ordered to do so by their boss, employer, and benefactor, former Mayor Baldo. They were in fact invariably related to Baldo as his bodyguards and employees. Indeed, without Baldo in the criminal conspiracy, these criminals would never have any motive or intention that could have inspired, moved, and compelled them to either individually or as a group even consider extinguishing the life of much-beloved, long-standing public servant like Kong Rodel in an evil way. And yet, despite the strong and overwhelming evidence of his guilt, Baldo was still ordered at least by the judge, who has chosen to ignore and close her eyes to such strong and overwhelming evidence of Baldo's guilt. Undoubtedly, with the impending release of Baldo, which is expected anytime today or the next few days, the cause of justice and the rule of law in our land has again been extremely eroded to the lowest gutter level. Ako Bicol Party List, a party of the Filipino people in general and of Bicolanos in particular, shall always be at the forefront in the fight to secure justice for the death of a member of this august chamber, Kong Rodel Batocabe, his companion who died with him, and for all those who have been killed while doing service to our people and to our beloved country. Maraming salamat, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Garbin to the Committee on Rules. I so move, Madam Speaker.
Is there an objection? The chair hears none. The privileged speech of Representative Garbin is deferred to the motion. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize next the Honorable Representative Kulyamat of Party List Bayan Muna.
Representative Euphemia Kulyamat is now recognized.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon, Ginang Speaker, kapwa ko, mga mambabatas, magandang hapon sa ating lahat. Naniniwala ang representasyon na ito ng Pilipinas bilang signatory ng United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child ay dapat buong pagsusumikap na ginagawa ang lahat ng pamamaraan upang ang edukasyon ay matatamasa ng bawat batang Pilipino. Gayunpaman, lubhang nakadurog ng puso na malaman na sa kabila ng ating paglagda ng pandaigdigang kasunduan na ito ay nanatiling napakataas ng bilang ng mga bata na hindi nakakatuntong sa mga paaralan, lalo na sa hanay naming mga katutubo. Ginang Speaker, nais ng representasyon na ito na ibahagi ang aking nasaksihan na pinasanayaan kong aktibidad ng University of the Philippines ng Diliman kaninang umaga formal na pagbukas ng Lumad Backwit School para school year 2019 at 2020. Ang Backwit School ay isang kampanya na pinangungunahan ng Save Our School Network, katuwang ang iba pang organisasyon kung saan mahigit 70 mga estudyante ng mga lumad sa paaralang lumad sa Mindanao na ngayoy nanunuluyan sa Kamaynilaan upang ipagpatuloy ang kanilang pag-aaral habang nanawagan sa pamahalaan na itigil na ang militarisasyon sa kanilang mga komunidad at marsyalo sa buong Mindanao. Napag-alaman ng representasyon na ito ng ilan sa kanila ay mga estudyante ng Salugpungan Tatano Igkanogon Learning Center. Kamakailan lamang 54 na kampos ang naturang paaralan na nilapatan ng suspension order ng DepEd or Department of Education Region 11 noong July 10, 2019. Ang order di amano ay batay sa aligasyon ni National Secretary Advisor Hermogenes Espiron na ang mga paaralan ay nagtuturo ng mga estudyante na mag-armas at labanan ang mga militar. Ayon sa isang guro na nakapanayam ko, arbitraryo at walang batayan ang naging hakbang ng DepEd. Hindi rin binigyan ng due process ang pamunuan ng Salugpungan na pabulaanan ang akusasyon bago maglabas ng suspension order. Hindi na pinag-iisipan ng ahensya na ang kanilang desisyon ay magre-resulta lamang sa higit na pagkakait ng edukasyon sa mga lumad, na sana ang inclusion education na ipinagmamalaki ng ahensya. Ganito ba ang pagtataguyod ng IP education? Paano ang mga batang lumad na sa pilitang huminto sa pag-aaral? Ganina din ay personal kong nakausap si Rorilyn, isang mag-aaral na galing sa Salugpungan at kasalukuyang bahagi ng Backwit School. Hindi ko malilimutan ang sagot ni Rorilyn sa aking katanungan kung ano ang kanyang pangarap sa buhay. Tulad ng pangarap ng mga batang manubo sa komunidad na aking pinanggagalingan, nais ni Rorilyn na maging guro balang araw upang makatulong sa kapwa lumad na hindi marunong magbasa at magsulat. Napakadakila at napakabusilak ang kanyang mithiin. Ito ay para maglingkod sa nakakarami. Hindi ba't ganito rin ang gusto natin para sa ating mga anak? Nakakalungkot isipin na sa paglalakbay ni Rorilyn tungo sa kanyang pangarap ay malaking pader na nalikha ng ating mga pulisiya. Isang pader na mas matirik pa kaysa mga kabundukan na karaniwang nilang tinatawid papunta sa kanilang mga paaralan. Ayon sa Save Our School Network, sa kasalukuyan ay umaabot na ng 156 na ang mga paaralang lumad ang naipasara sa ilalim ng martial law sa Mindanao na nakaepekto sa mahigit 3,600 na mga estudyante. Hindi pa rito kasama ang 273 na kaso ng pandarahas at pananakot sa mga guro, estudyante at mga magulang na malawakan at sa pilitang pagpapasuko sa kanila bilang mga rebelde daw. 13 na kaso ang pagpaslang, 49 na pagsampa ng gawa-gawang kaso ng mga guro, 21 na kaso ang pagsira at pagwasak ng infrastruktura ng kanilang mga paaralan, at 4 na kaso ang pagbakwit na nakaepekto sa mahigit 18,000 mga lumad sa buong Mindanao. Saksi ang representasyon na ito kung paano pinagtulungan ng aming mga komunidad sa Mindanao ang pagtayo ng sarili naming mga paaralan. Dugo at pawis ang aming puhunan para lamang maigpawan ang kapabayaan ng pamahalaan mula sa aming ninuno hanggang sa aming mga anak. Ang pagtayo ng mga paaralan ng lumad ay siyang malinaw na ekspresyon ng aming karapatan para sa pagpapasya. Ngunit kapalit pala ng pagtindig na ito ay ang malisyosong pagbansag sa aming mga katutubo bilang mga kalaban ng pamahalaan. Sa pagbisita ninyo sa Bakwit School, makikita ninyo si Sister Rose Hayahay, isang voluntaryong guro ng salugpungan. Payak lamang ang dahilan ni Teacher Rose bakit siya nagtuturo sa salugpungan. Ayon sa kanya, nagbibigay sa kanya ng hindi matatawarang kaligayahan ang pagtuturo sa mga batang lumad at nakikita niyang napakahalaga ang kanyang naitutulong sa mga katutubo na karaniwang nahuhuli sa mga prioridad ng gobyerno. Ngunit sa pagsara ng kanilang paaralan, ni Teacher Rose, tanging mga malalaki at dayuhang kumpanya ang makikinabang sa ginagawang hakbang ng Department of Education and Armed Forces of the Philippines. Ang pagwasak sa kanilang mga paaralan ay pagpapahina sa pagkakaisa at paglaban ng katutubong lumad para sa sariling pagpapasya at karapatan sa lupang ninuno. Sa amin naman rehiyon sa Caraga, noong nakaraang linggo ay pinaratangan ang Al-Kadib Alternative Learning Center for Agricultural and Livelihood Development at Tribal Filipino Program of Surigao del Sur ng Caraga Regional Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict na naglulunsa daw ng training ng NPA. Kaya pinasara din nila sa DepEd ang siyam naming mga paaralan. Mga kamambabatas, Ginoong Speaker, ang lahat ng ito ay pawang kasinungalingan. Kabilang ako ng aking pamilya, ang aking tribo ng Manobo na nagtayo at nagtaguyod nito para sa pag-aral ng aming mga anak, apo at lahat ng mga kabataang lumad. Kaya naman, ang representasyon na ito ay nanawagan sa kapwa ko mambabatas na makisangkot sa mga lumalalang kaso ng pag-atake sa mga paarang lumad sa Mindanao. Ginang Speaker, kailangan din nating imbestigahan, silipin kung ano ang naging papel ng Department of Education kaugnay sa pagpapasira sa mga paaralan sa ilalim ng tinatawag na whole of nation approach. Hindi kailanman matatanggap ng representasyon na ito ang nagiging kasangkapan ang ahensya ng edukasyon upang supilin ang karapatan ng mga lumad para sa lupaing ninuno at sariling pagpapasya. Kailangan din nating imbestigahan ang kaugnay sa pagsara ng mga paaralan sa implikasyon sa pagpasok ng mga dambuhalang mina sa Pantaron Range na tumatahi sa 4 na malaking probinsya ng Mindanao. Ilan sa mga kumpanyang ito na aming dokumento ay ang Metal Ores, One Compostela Valley at Telming D Corporation. Higit sa lahat, hinikayat ko kayo na ipanawagan ang pagpapahinto sa marsyalo sa Mindanao na nagbubunsod ng matinding presensyang militar sa mga paaralan at komunidad ng mga lumad. Bagkos, nanawagan ako sa kapwa ko mambabatas na ipanawagan ang muling pagbalik ng formal na negosasyong pangkapayapaan sa pagitan ng pamahalaan at National Democratic Front of the Philippines upang resolbahin ang ugat ng armadong tunggalian sa ating bansa. Ito lamang po, Ginang Speaker. Maraming salamat at magandang hapon sa ating lahat.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to refer the speech of Honorable Kulyamat of Party List Bayan Muna to the Committee on Rules.
Is there an objection? The chair hears none. the privileged speech of Representative Kuliamat is referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader,
Madam Speaker, I move that we terminate the privilege hour.
is there an objection? The chair hears none. The privilege hour is terminated. Majority Leader,
Madam Speaker, I move that we call the roll of members.
is there an objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to call the roll.
Roll call of members. Honorable Representatives. Abante. Baya. Abellanosa. Abu. Abueg Saldivar. Abunda. Acop. Acosta. Acosta Alba. Adjong. Advincula. Agabas. Agaraw. Aglipay. Aguinaldo. Albano Antonio. Albano Rodolfo. Almario. Alonte. Alvarez Franz. Alvarez Senaro. Alvarez Pantaleon. Amante Matba. Amatong. Andaya. Angara. Aragones. Arbison. Arenas. Arroyo. Atienza. Comentado. Babasa. Bagatsing. Balindong. Barba. Barbers. Baronda. Berzaga. Baskug. Bautista. Bautista Bendigan. Belmonte. Benitez. Bernos. Biason. Billones. Biron. Bolilla. Bondoc. Bordado. Bravo. Brosas. Bulot. Bustos. Kabatbat. Kabotchan. Cabredo. Cagas. Calderon. Calixto. Caminero. Campos. Kanama. Kawagdan. Cari. Castelo. Castro Franz. Castro Fredinil. Cayetano Alan Peter Compañero. Cayetano Maria Laarni. Celeste. Chato. Chipeco. Chungalao. Co Angelica. Co Elizalde. Cuanco. Colliantes. Risologo. Cua. Quaresma. Cueva. Culyamat. Dagook. Dalipe. Dalog. Daza. De Jesus. De Venecia. Defensor Lawrence. Defensor Michael. Del Mar. De Los Santos. De Los Montalia. De Maporo Abdullah. De Maporo Muhammad Khalid. Duavit. Duhali. Duterte. D. Faustino Ino. D. Faustino Michael III. D. Ian Paul. Ebcas. Ecleo. Elago. Enverga. Erice. Ergel. Ermita Buhain. Escudero. Espina. Espino. Estrella. Fariñas Ria Cristina. Fariñas Rudy Cesar. Fernandez. Fernando. Ferrer Juliet. Ferrer Luis. Flores. Fong Juan. Fortune. Fortuno. Frasco. Fuentebella. Gaite. Garbin. Garcia Jose Enrique. Garcia Pablo John. Garcia Vincent. Garin Janet. Garin Sharon. Gacetaya. Gatchalian. Gato. Heron. Go Ed Christopher. Go Mark. Gonzaga. Gonzales Aurelio. Gonzalez Neptali, Gonzalez Carlo, Rosetta, Guico, Gullas, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Alushos, Javier, Jimenez, Ko Elisa, Ko Wilton, Kong Hun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lazatin, Liachon, Ligarda, Lim, Lim Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Magundadato, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Momo, Natividad Naganyo, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan Fidel, Nolasco, Nunez Malañaon, Ominal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ortega, Juano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radaza, Ramirez Sato, Ramos, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sangcopan, Santos Recto, Sarmento, Saulug, Savellano, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, C. Alvarado, Duran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alisa, Tan Angelina, Tan Shamir, Tan Shari, Tan Tambut, Tihada, Teves Arnulfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Chutor, T. Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva Brother Eddie, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Yolago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikorat, Zarate, Zubiri. Madam Speaker, the roll call shows that 242 members responded to the call.
With 240 members responding to the call, the chair declares a presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for additional reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports. So moved, Madam Speaker.
Secretary General is directed to read the additional reference of business.
Additional reference of business, House Resolution number 279. Resolution commending the men and women of the Philippine cinema in celebration of 100 years of continuously providing meaningful, educational, amusing, and entertaining works of art which remain to be the hallmarks of the local film industry. Representative Fernandez Dan.
To the Committee on Rules, Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, under the calendar of unfinished business, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill 4157 as found in Committee Report 2, submitted by the Committee on Ways and Means, and for this purpose, may I ask that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill or resolution.
The Secretary General is directed to read House Bill 4157.
House Bill number 4157, an act amending section 4, 5, 20, 22, 27, 28, 34, 40, 50, 73, 112, 117, 204, 222, 237, 237A, 255, 256, 257, 258, 261, 263, 264, 266, 275, 290, 291, 292, and adding new sections 6A, 282A, 293, 294, 295, 296, 297, 298, 299, 300, 301, 302, 303, 304, 305, 306, 307, 308, 309, 310, 311, 312, 313, 314, 315, and 316, all under the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended and for other purposes.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, the parliamentary status of the bill is that it is in the period of sponsorship and debate. I move that the Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Ways and Means, Sharon Garin of the Ambis OWA party list, be recognized. So move, Madam Speaker.
Representative Sharon Green of Ambis OWA is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For the interpellation of our Honorable Garin, I move that Representative Arlene de Brosas of Franz Castro of Party List Acts Teacher be recognized. So move, Madam Speaker.
Representative Franz Castro is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Madam Speaker. Would distinguished sponsor would yield to some of my questions, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Okay?
Please proceed.
So yung unang tanong ko po, Madam Speaker, ay yung ilang sa mga terms na narito po sa Committee Report number 2, House Bill 4157. So, Madam Speaker, on section 27, nakalagay po dito, Madam Speaker, provided that the rate of corporate income tax shall be 28 beginning January 2021, 26 beginning January 2023, 24% beginning January 2025, 22% beginning January 2027, and 20% beginning January 2029. So, Madam Speaker, so tama po ba ito after after 2027 pa, in effect, yung full na 20% ng ating sitira, yung corporate income tax rate?
Yes, Madam Speaker, the rates currently is 30% and eventually by 2029, it will be decreased to 20%.
Yes, January 2029, 20%. Pero meron pong nakalagay dito, Madam Speaker, nakasunod na sentence, provided further that the President may advance the scheduled reduction in the corporate income tax rate when adequate savings are realized from the rationalization of fiscal incentives under Title 13 of this code as certified by the Secretary of Finance. So, ibig sabihin po ba nito, Madam Speaker, na ang Presidente po, dahil meron na pong schedule ng mga income tax rate sa mga corporate tax, pero anytime, pwede na baguhin ito ng Presidente na naayon dito, yung dinagdag na sentence.
Yes, Madam Speaker, that is correct.
Ano po yung sinasabi nating adequate savings? Meron po ba itong quantitative measures? Paano malalaman ng Presidente, as certified by the Finance Secretary, yung sinasabi nating adequate savings that would be realized?
Currently, Madam Speaker, the Philippines, our collection is 3% of GDP. That's very low compared to the rest of the other countries in the ASEAN. And once we reach our target, which is ideal for a 30% or 20% rate CIT, then the President can decide to hasten the lowering of the corporate income tax. Kung makuha na po yung target by that time, then the President can validly exercise the power given to him by the...
So, ang level po ay according to the GDP, Gross Domestic Product, na 3%. Magkano po ba ngayon, ilang percent po ba ngayon ang GDP?
We are currently the highest in the country in terms of corporate income tax, but we are one of the lowest in terms of compared to the GDP. We are 30% and our collection is over 3% of GDP. That's very low compared to the other countries which has lower income tax rates, corporate income tax rates, but they have higher percentage points compared to their GDP.
Okay, Madam Speaker, kung ang pagbabatayan po natin ay yung GDP, may I know from our sponsor, ano po ba yung average GDP natin for the last 10 years?
Madam Speaker, if the Honorable Castro will allow, then we can submit to her the data since the DOF is still searching for the documents.
Okay, Madam Speaker, kung titignan po natin yung data natin on the GDP, so nakita natin po na an average naman 3% ang GDP. Tama ba ako?
As
For the
against
last
collection,
10 years?
yes, Madam Speaker. A collection against GDP.
So, napakaliit na batayan para mag-decide ang Pangulo patungkol doon sa sinasabi natin pwede niyang taasan o babaan, depende on the adequate, o reduction pala, pwede niyang babaan, depende dun sa adequate savings. Pero ang tanong ko po, Madam Speaker, kasi napansin po natin dito, lahat po ng mga, halimbawa sa page 11, on capital gains from sale of shares of stocks not trading in the stock exchange. So meron po dito, kasunod, puro po further that the President may advance the scheduled reduction. Page 11. So lahat po, Madam Speaker, na may provision na nagtataas po ng tax o nagre-reduce ng tax, ang may kapangyarihan po na mag-reduce ay yung Pangulo. Pero hindi po ba, Madam Speaker, ito tingin ko napaka-powerful ng Pangulo dito sa sa measures na ito, Madam Speaker. Pero hindi po ba, Madam Speaker, ang kapangyarihan sa taxation ay solely sa legislative power lang Ito ay legislative power. So ang presidente, wala po siyang legislative power para babaan ang tax o taasan ang tax. Kasi ito po ay legislative power lang ng Kongreso. Hindi po ba, Madam Speaker, na lumalabag tayo sa konstitusyon kung ilalagay natin itong provision na ito?
Madam Speaker, the President's power to delay or advance is governed by legislation. There's already a limitation on his powers. There is precedents like that on VAT, on the increase from 10 to 12%, and the suspension of the excise tax. The power is when we meet the savings. Well, if you just compare it to the other countries like Singapore, which has, let's say Thailand, which has 20%, their CIT revenues as percent of GDP is 4%. Compared to us, we have a higher tax, but then our corporate income tax revenues is lower, which is 3.7%. Our objective is to compete with our performance with the other countries, as well as to improve the tax administration of this country.
Okay, Madam
Madam Speaker.
Speaker, basic po ang principle na sinasabi ko po dito. Yung power of taxation is legislative. Kaya this includes the power to grant tax incentives, tax exemptions, tax credits, and other devices which reduce tax revenues. Halimbawa po, power po ng presidente to define adequate savings. So sinasabi po dito ng ating sponsor, yung adequate savings, ngunit wala rin naman po ito sa batas, didetermine po ito by the power of the President and to advance the schedule of reduction. Halimbawa po, kunwari, meron pong pag-advance ng reduction. Nakalagay din po sa power ng President dito based dun sa adequate savings under Section 7 and Section 28. So, Madam Speaker, medyo may problema po tayo dito dahil nasa kapangyarihan ng Kongreso po yung power of taxation. So another example, the power of investment promotion agencies to confer and administrative tax incentives na ang basihan lamang ay ang strategic investment priority. Tama po ba ito?
Yes, Madam
Isa rin ito sa kapangyarihan. Okay? So, Madam Speaker, hindi dumaan sa pagkilatis ng Kongresong ito ang SIPP na siya nating sole power. Hindi rin natin makikita ang bawat kaso ng grant incentives sa bawat corporation. Madam Speaker, importante ito lalo na sa lower house dahil tayo ay ang may exclusive power to originate revenue bills. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, bukod sa SIPP, what are the other standards for grant of incentives will be given to corporations? For example, in the grant of extension in the income tax holiday, under Section 294A.1, what are the standards to be applied by the IPAS before they can grant longer income tax holiday? Up to what period o gaano kahaba ang income tax holiday na yon? So yun po, mga Madam Speaker, yung mga katanungan natin na nasasagot lang dapat ito ng legislative at hindi ito on the power of the executive. Another example, Madam Speaker, overboard power to reduce tax revenues. Under Section 294, ang covered ay income tax incentives, customs duties exemptions, and VAT exemptions, and VAT zero rating. This is supposed to be a bill on the reforms of corporate income taxation. But this proposal therefore violates the one bill, one subject rule in our Constitution as well as our House rules. So pwede po ba, Madam Speaker, masagot tayo na hindi ba ang sitiran na ito ay lumalabag doon sa tinatawag natin na nasa batas natin na one subject, one legislative measure, one subject. Dahil, Madam Speaker, napansin po natin Parang inalong kalamay itong sitira dahil meron dito yung batas natin sa SME na kinovered, okay, yung corporate income tax, at iba pa pong mga batas na kinovered nito. Hindi po ba, Madam Speaker, Madam Sponsor, lumalabag ito doon sa one subject, one measures. So therefore, Madam Speaker, kung doon pa lang natin magpabatayan, ay dapat ibasura na tong sitira na ito dahil lumalabag ito doon sa ating rule, maging dito sa House Rules at sa ating Konstitusyon.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, the title of the current legislation or bill that we are tackling is an amendment to the NIRC. It covers all kinds of taxes, whether it's for corporate income tax, individual income tax, excise tax. So I beg to disagree that it is some of the provisions are outliers or riders in this case. The issue on the delegation of powers to the president or any other institution, it is based on whether there is a valid delegation of legislative powers in which it has been determined by the Supreme Court several times already. There are only two tests that it should be that we should comply: the completeness test and the sufficient standard test. I believe that these tests have been complied with the certain standards that have been stated in the law itself, and also if we can also add some more in the IRR, but based on the proposal, based on the Sitira proposal, these tests have been complied with and there is no undue delegation of power, Madam Speaker.
So kung dadagdagan ko pa, Madam, thank you, Madam Sponsor. Kung dadagdagan ko pa na example, Madam Speaker, yung power of the SOF to interpret the provision on tax incentives. This covers a whole range of benefits, especially for giant corporations. So this power will lead to more incentives and broader coverage and duration of those incentives other than those that were in this law. Another pa po, Madam Speaker, ang pinaka-broad sa lahat, yun nga po, yung power of the President to grant additional incentive in Section 301. The only standard here is President discretion at hanggang kailan, hanggang magkano at anong klaseng proyekto o korporasyon. Anong ibig sabihin, Madam Speaker, ng highly desirable? Anong ibig sabihin ng clear and convincing benefits?
The power granted to the President in this provision is limited by certain conditions, but the purpose of which is to grant the President the power to be able to attract big conglomerates or big investors in order to come into the Philippines, giving them extra incentives, but not beyond what is granted by law or by the proposal under the Sitira law.
Okay, Madam Speaker. So malinaw po doon sa unang bahagi ng ating interpellation na ito pong Sitira Bill, it covers many subjects in one measures. So kino-cover nito yung batas natin para doon sa SME, batas natin. Ito pa nga, mayroon pa, Madam Speaker, yung batas natin kaugnay noong barangay medium, yung ating BMBE, o yung tinatawag natin Barangay Micro Business Enterprises Act, which provide that all BMBEs shall be exempt from tax for income arising from the operation of the enterprise. It also encourages LGUs either to reduce the amount of local taxes, fees, charges imposed or to exempt BMBEs from local taxes, fees. Ito, di ba, Madam Speaker, Madam Sponsor, kasama din ito sa Sitira Bill.
all taxes that are under the NIRC can be subject of this bill because the title is an amendment to the NIRC. So I do believe that there is no the provisions are within the limits set forth by law, and it is within the legislative power of Congress to do so, Madam Speaker.
So, ang mga BMBES po ay para doon sa mga maliliit na mga entrepreneur na mga nasa barangay. Ito yung mga production, processing, or manufacturing of products or commodities, including agro-processing, trading, and services, na less than 3 million lang ang total assets. So, mas mababa po ito kaysa sa mga SMEs na nakapaloob din dito. So, less than 3 million lang. Pero papatawan po natin ito ng later on 20% na corporate tax. Tama po ba? Dapat po ba isama itong mga maliliit na mga entrepreneur na ito o itong mga business na ito? Madam Speaker, Madam Sponsor.
Madam Speaker, any tax incentives that these companies or businesses have derived have been granted by Congress, and also it should be based also or from the NIRC. So again, I state that this is within the powers of Congress and this is within the limits of the proposed bill. Madam
Yan,
Speaker.
kasama na naman po yan, another subject na naman ng Sitira Bill. So Madam Speaker, sa akin palagay, hindi natin dapat ipantay ang tax treatment ng mga ito sa mga higanting korporasyon. Sinabi natin na para mapadali ang pagkolekta ng tax, pag-isahin na natin, tanggalin na natin, pero hindi natin tinitignan yung magiging kalagayan nitong mga BMBES. Okay? Another topic, Madam Speaker, the removal of support for book industry. May mawawalang suporta para sa book publishing industry sa pag-repeal ng Section 12 ng RA 8047 or the Book Publishing Industry Development Act. So katulad ng fiscal and non-fiscal incentive, inclusion of book development activities in the investment priority plan, conditions of duty-free importation of books, suporta ito sa mga local na produksyon ng mga libro. Siyempre, exemption sa VAT. Ito po yung na-enjoy mula doon sa RA 8047 ng mga industriya ng gumagawa ng libro. At ito ay mawawala. Tama po ba, Madam Speaker?
Madam Speaker, the intention of the Department of Finance is not to remove the privileges of the industry. Nilinis lang po yung batas ngayon kasi all the exemptions have been nag-housekeeping lang, and they have assured that it will be included in the SIPP. This is equally important. This is equally important to the administration, and they believe that the privileges should still stay for the industry.
So mahalaga po sa representasyong ito, no, yung batas natin dito sa 8047 na may kinalaman po ito sa edukasyon. Kaya po ang representasyong na ito ay nalulungkot na may mga ganitong provision tayo dito sa Sitira na hindi naman dapat ito ginalaw. RA 8047. Okay.
Madam Speaker, just to reiterate, the incentives in book and publishing, most incentives and exemptions are not being touched by this law or the intention of the SIPP. That we would like to assure the good representative.
Santi Kong Romero.
Okay. Next. Ito naman po ay may kinalaman muli doon sa mga yung PESA, yung Philippine Economic Zones. So meron po bang data ang ating sponsor, Madam Speaker? So kung magkano po yung mawawala doon sa ating PESA in terms of workers o yung laborers. Dahil alam ko po, base doon sa isinabit na report ng PESA, nakakapag-generate ito ng more than 1 million direct workers and then 7 million indirect workers. So kung tatanggalin po yung incentive ng ating mga PESA, so tingin po nung PESA ay hindi na makakapag-generate ng ganitong workers yung economic zone. So ano po ba yung ating, alam ko meron ditong provision, kaugnay noong structural, yung tungkol doon sa pagbibigay ng tulong doon sa mga manggagawa. So based doon sa ibinigay nating budget dito sa Sitira Law, kakasya po ba ito para ma-accommodate yung sinasabi natin? Halimbawa, when worst comes to worst, Madam Speaker, at dahil dito sa pagpapataw na ng buwis or pagtatanggal ng mga incentives sa mga PESA, yung mga exporters natin ay mag-alisan, yung ilang libo ba yun ng mga exporters natin mag-alisan, ano yung magiging, sapat na ba yung nakalagay dito sa batas na tungkol doon sa workers, Madam Speaker?
Sitira is not simply a removal of incentives. It is the rationalization of incentives. Nililinis lang po sa mga negosyo na they don't need incentives anymore or they are given too much incentives. In fact po, ang incentives for every 1 peso that we give as incentive, we get back 39 centavos. So it is not, the objective is not to do away with incentives. It is to choose the proper businesses or the proper areas, not only in Manila. Maybe we should explore Mindanao and Visayas and the rest of Luzon to give more incentives there than rather concentrating it in the National Capital Region. Ang objective ng Sitira is not to remove jobs, remove incentives. It is to rationalize incentives so that it becomes transparent, may target tayo, and we address the industries na nangangailangan ng incentives. Hindi po, yung mga hindi nangangailangan, sila pa yung kulang ang bayad ng buwis. So, I do, with the question of the good representative, we are in a position na hindi po to mawawalan ng trabaho because these investors are here for many other reasons, not only just because of the incentives. Incentives is just a consequence. Pero we have good workers, we have low cost in labor, we have infrastructure, and we have the economic zones that provide good services to them. So we do believe that the impact will not be as big as expected by these economic zones na pag dumating na yung Sitira, then jobs will be lost and businesses will go down.
Madam Speaker, pinapromise po ng batas ng proposed bill na ito yung additional job. Pero nakita natin dito na magre-result ito doon sa loss of job. In fact, nakita rin ng ating sponsor o ng ating tagapagtaguyod ng Sitira na magkakaroon ng loss of job. Okay? Dahil nasa Section 312, yung Structural Adjustment Fund. So ito yung earmark na halaga, 500 million to be appropriate annually in addition to any adjustment fund appropriated under the budget of the DOLE, kaugnay po ng mawawalan ng trabaho. And then the amount of another 500 million and another 5 billion doon po sa skills upgrade program sa IT, BPO, at meron ding 15 billion in addition to any adjustment. Madam Speaker, so ibig sabihin, meron pong 21 billion earmarked for the job losses based na rin dito sa batas. So, ito po ba ay saan po ito kukuhanin na source? Ito po ba ay kukuhanin sa GAA?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
So, kailan po ito mag-e-effect?
Once the bill is approved, then proper appropriation from the budget will be requested.
Okay? So tinatanggap po ng sponsor na hindi tayo makakapag-generate ng job, kundi malo-loss din po yung job natin, job ng ating mga mamamayan dito. Kasi una-una na, halimbawa sa PESA, marami nang magtatanggalan o mawawalan na ng trabaho pag pinasa. Ito, yung mga workers natin sa PESA ay mawawala na. So ito yung ating pang-earmark lang, 21 billion. Napansamantala, one time, big time lang yata ito. Tama po ba, Madam Speaker? Ito ay one time lang na kukuhanin doon sa GAA sa mga susunod na taon.
Madam Speaker, the Structural Adjustment Fund is basically a contingency. It is not that we plan, it is an expected consequence of Sitira. It is because of the clamor of the IPAs and all the labor sector. In order to assure them and to appease them, then there's the fund that will be set aside so that we can assure them and so they would not fear for whatever losses they expect, which we do not expect. Now, with regards to the labor's consequence, by lowering the corporate income tax to 20%, the savings will be, it will actually cost 480 billion it will actually save the companies 480 billion. And by statistics and by history of these companies, 86% of that savings usually go to salaries and labor costs. So we expect additional cost or additional pay, additional labor because of the savings in the corporate income tax. It will offset and even probably we will generate more labor because of the savings in the corporate income tax. So that is why it is just a fund, a contingency fund, but by statistics and by history, we expect that there will be increase in pay as well as number of new employees. Madam Speaker.
With due respect to the sponsor, Madam Speaker, I beg to disagree. So, ang tendency po kapag nakapagtipid ang isang corporation, hindi ito nag-hire, nag-invest pa ng iba pa. Marami nang nangyaring ganon na kung hindi binubulsa ay kung saan dinala. At hindi ito mag-invest para makapag-generate ng trabaho. Gaya din noong sinabi natin na yung rice tarification ay gumura ang bigas pero hindi rin naman ganun din naman ang impact noon sa negosyo. Kaya ito rin po, makikita ko po, Madam Speaker, na ang batas na ito ay talagang kaparehas po ito ng Train 1. Ito ay karugtong ng Train 1 na kung saan pinatawan natin ng taxes ang mga oil, ang oil, pero ang domino effect po nito ay yung sa prices at binawasan po natin ang income tax ng ilang sektor sa Train 1, pero nakuha din yung dagdag na ito ng kanilang sweldo doon sa pagtaas ng mga bilihin. So ito naman, ibinababa natin yung mga corporate tax para kaninong pabor? Para sa mga korporasyon. So, ito po, Madam Speaker, ang impact nito ay sa trabaho. Ang impact nito ay yung sa ating mga economic zones. Ang impact nito ay dun sa ating mga workers. So, ito lang po, Madam Speaker. Magandang hapon po.
Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend consideration of House Bill 4157.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to recognize the guests of the Honorable Estrelita B. Swansing of the 1st District of Nueva Ecija.
The guest of Honorable Estrelita Swansing of the 1st District of Nueva Ecija, please stand to be recognized. Welcome to the House of Representatives.
Madam Speaker, they are Edwin Ambrosio, Manager of Samahang Matatag Multi-Cooperative, Ragudo Villamor, Manager of Bakua Irrigators Association, Simplicio Ignacio, President of Samahan ng Magsasaka, Bacayao, Gimba, Nueva Ecija, Incorporated, Eduardo Celispara, Manager of Bacmal Irrigators Association, Ricardo Ramos, President of Repoma at Gabay sa Sakahan, Eddie Ramos, President of Sagingan East and West Farm Association, Roberto Celestino, Director of Farmers Business Resource Cooperative, Honorable Paul Alcantara, Punong Barangay, Ugnayan para sa libreng serbisyo sa Gimba. Also, may I request the following hardworking district staff and coordinators to be also recognized, and they are Councilor Junior Bugawan, Hasmin Kabagay, Councilor Conrado Dichoso, Councilor Marlon Lorenzo, Councilor Marjorie Agmata, Rolando Miguel, Thor Miguel, Councilor Deogracias Esteban, Councilor Crisostomo Roque Jr., Carlos Trinidad, Camille Fronda, Ramon Belmonte, Rodora Estrada, Jerry Balahadia, Ireneo Pascua, Ricardo Betes, Jose Pascua, Sixto Emana, Captain Faustino Villamar, Captain Ram Manuzon, Sinendo Juan, Simeona Fermin, and Karin Tanggalin. Again, Madam Speaker, they are the guests of the Honorable Estrelita B. Swansing of the 1st District of Nueva Ecija. So move,
The guest of Representative Estrelita Swansing, please stand up. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to resume consideration of House Bill number 4157. So move, Madam Speaker.
Is there an objection? The chair hears none. Secretary General is directed to read again the title of the House Bill 4157.
House Bill number 4157. An act amending section 4, 5, 20, 22, 27, 28, 34, 40, 50, 73, 112, 117, 204, 222, 237, 237A, 255, 256, 257, 258, 261, 263, 264, 266, 275, 290, 291, 292, and add the new sections 6A, 282A, 293, 294, 295, 296, 297, 298, 299, 300, 301, 302, 303, 304, 305, 306, 307, 308, 309, 310, 311, 312, 313, 314, 315, and 316, all under the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997, as amended and for other purposes.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from the Bayan Muna party list, the Honorable
Madam Speaker, for her chance to sponsor the measure, I move that we recognize the Vice Chairman of the Committee on Ways and Means, the Honorable Sharon Garin of Party List Ambis OWA. So moved, Madam Speaker.
Representative Sharon S. Green of Ambis OWA is now recognized to sponsor the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from the Bayan Muna party list, the Honorable Ferdinand Gaite, for his interpellation.
Honorable Ferdinand Gaite is now recognized.
Maraming salamat po. sa ating kagalang-galang na chairperson, sa ating speaker, at sa ating sponsor, pahintulutan ba ng kinatawang ito na magtanong na ilang puntos hinggil sa pinapanukalang batas?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
May ilan lang po akong katanungan hinggil sa layunin o objectives na naturang Sitira Law o Sitira Bill. Una po, ayon sa inilabas na layunin at layunin ng naturang batas, panukalang batas, ang ilan sa mga layunin ay una, to encourage investment by reducing the corporate income tax or CIT rate from 30% to 20%. Second, to ensure that the grant of fiscal incentives helps bring in the greatest benefits such as higher and more dispersed investments, more jobs, and better technology. Third, to ensure fairness and transparency in the grant of fiscal incentives. And lastly, to enhance the accountability of taxpayers through more efficient tax administration. Tama po ba sa ating gagalagalang na sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
So, Madam Speaker, meron na ho ba kayong tansya dahil sa pag-unawa ko, may bigay-bawi, may ibibigay na dagdag na tax breaks, pero at the same time, tatanggalin naman o mababawasan yung mga tax incentives. Tama po ba yung dating sinabi ng Department of Finance na tinatansya na ang government loss from companies for giving incentives ay umaabot ng 441 billion kada taon at ayon sa Department of Finance, kalahati nito ng 441 billion ay binibigay sa mga kumpanya na hindi companies receiving are deserving to get only half of these companies are deserving of such incentives. Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, by lowering the corporate income tax, the collections of the government, revenues of the government, and corporate income tax will lower. But then this will be compensated by the influx of foreign direct investments and other investments because of the low competitive corporate income tax rate that we have as against to the other countries in the region. Now, secondly, the amount of 441 billion and 63 billion, totaling to 504 billion, is not losses for the government. It is the cost for the government to give incentives. Ang naibibigay po na incentives is 441 billion to 3,150 firms. That is not a loss, but it is a cost to us. However, added to that are one type of abuse that happens in these corporations, which is the loss due to abuse of transfer pricing. There's a certain arrangement among companies, and then they could abuse what we call transfer pricing, na they can manipulate the prices between two companies and hence control what revenue to report. Pero this is the cost. However, we do not expect, what we expect to do with this is that we lower the abuses because we simplify and rationalize the tax incentives. And on the other hand, we are not taking away incentives, but we want incentives that will give us back more than, for every peso that we give as incentives, that we get back to our government or to our people more than 1 peso benefit, so that cost-benefit ratio lang ang hinahabol dito. And how it is structured right now, with the thousands of companies getting incentives, with the hundreds of laws that we have on incentives, we need to rationalize to make sure that the right industry, the right people, and the right businesses get incentives so we could help them grow and give more to our country. Kaya hindi po to kikita, hindi rin po mawawala ng gobyerno. Ito po, there will be no big impact on the tax revenue of the government. Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, medyo naguguluhan ako eh. Kasi yung sinasabi pong rationalizing ng tax incentives, dahil nga apparently nabanggit nga po, nag-aabuso, di ang layunin nga po, magkaroon ng pagtatanggal ng pag-aabuso ng mga tinatawag na tax incentives. Yung dating matatagal na, ano yung sabi nung nakaraan, perpetual, na forever na mga tax incentives, tatanggalin. Meaning, ganansya yun sa gobyerno kasi matatanggal yung mga dating incentives na binibigay. Pero ngayon, sinasabi niyo po, ito po yung magiging neutral, meaning hindi to ganansya, hindi to loss. Pwede ho bang maipaliwanag to ng mas malalim pa, Madam Speaker?
Tax incentives per se are not losses to the government. It is an investment of the government. What we expect to get back are more jobs, more indirect benefits like kung dumadaming employment, dadaming bibili, higher collections on value-added tax, even excise or customs duties, aakyat yung iba. And also, the benefits of having our rural areas more developed. Marami pa pong ibang pagbabawiin, not directly with corporate income tax, but again, I would like to restate that incentives are not losses. What we are losing is the opportunity to gain more from the incentives that we are giving. We want more back from the privileges that we give. So if we rationalize it, maganda sana kung if we concentrate ito in an industry, halimbawa, agriculture, then we concentrate in agriculture which needs more help. If we concentrate in Mindanao, instead of concentrating in NCR na congested na siya, then we can put more incentives or put more areas na privilege with that will be included in the SIPP. We are rationalizing, we are not taking away incentives, and that is why I stated before that it's neutral ang epekto nito. It is just to maximize what we invest in these companies.
Maraming salamat, Madam Speaker. Yun lang kasi ang reference na nakuha po namin na ayon nga sa Department of Finance, kalahati lamang nung binibigay na kabuuang tax incentives, kalahati lang ng mga kumpanya ang deserving. Kung kaya't, para magkaroon ng karagdagang buwis na kinukolekta ang pamahalaan, quote-unquote, ira-rationalize. So, tingin po namin na sa halip na ito is neutral, meron talagang ganansya yung gobyerno dahil makakapagdagdag ito ng mga buwis na dating hindi kinukolekta. Ngunit sa kabilang bahagi, nabanggit po ng ating sponsor, Madam Speaker, yung sinasabing job generation. Ako nga po, sa nakikita ko, yung job generation, nandito po dun sa sinasabing bawas. Yung pagbabawas ng corporate income tax successively by 2% for the next year, na sabi rin na ano ito, no? Na expected loss from the CIT reduction of 2%, mag-a-average ito ng 52 billion per year. At ito nga yung sinasabing matitipid ng mga malalaking kumpanya para ito'y marireinvest nila sa job creation. Tama po ba, Madam Speaker?
What we lose sa pag-lower ng corporate income tax, by statistics and by history, for every 1 million savings ng isang kompanya, it will generate 3.56 jobs. So may multiplier effect yan. Now, even if you lose it from the corporate income tax, kung mas maraming nagtatrabaho or they get more pay, they buy more, indirectly, the government will still collect taxes in that effect kasi we will have more sales, more consumption, and probably more corporate income tax in other industries as well as the increase in the value-added tax. So bumabawi-bawi lang po yan. But eventually, by lowering the corporate income tax, we do expect an increase in the collections of the government. Maybe not in the corporate income tax, but in other direct or indirect taxes.
Maraming salamat po sa inyong kasagutan. Ngunit marami rin pong pag-aaral kahit doon sa aware po kayo doon sa World Economic Forum na nagkaroon ng survey hinggil sa ano ba ang sabi ho kasi mag-uudyok ito na ang sitira ay mag-uudyok ng mas maraming investment sa ating bansa. Aware po ba kayo doon sa isang survey na ginawa na hindi po tax incentive ang batayan na pangunahing basis ng mga negosyante para mag-invest o hindi? Familiar po ba ang ating sponsor, Madam Speaker?
Yes, Madam Speaker, na hindi lang po yung tax incentives but the many variables that will affect a business to decide whether they want to invest in the Philippines, especially sa foreign direct investments.
Kung ganon, Ginong Speaker, bakit ito yung inuna? Kasi ayon dun sa binabanggit na survey ng World Economic Forum, ang pinaka matimbang na usapin ng magpagpapasya kung mag-invest o hindi ay yung mga problema hinggil sa government bureaucracy, sa usapin ng katiwalian o corruption, infrastructure, among others. Bakit inuna itong actually pang-5, kung hindi ako nagkakamali, na batayan para ang desisyon to invest or not to invest ang inuna pa dito sa ilalim ng sitira na panukalang batas? Madam Speaker,
Madam Speaker, there are actually 10 points of the socio-economic agenda para po ma-address itong problema. The tax reform is just one part of the agenda. Halimbawa po, naipasa na natin yung ease of doing business na batas. We have the Build program in which we need infrastructure to attract more investors. Meron pa pong ibang rural development, land management, RH law, social protection programs, science and the arts, human capital development. These are all being done simultaneously. Kaya lang po ngayong araw o ngayong pag-umpisa ng Kongreso, we are tackling all the economic policies that we could pass as soon as possible so we can attract more. But we are mindful that there are other ways to address the problem. At yan po, hindi mo napababayaan kasi nakikita naman sa programa ng gobyerno, these are all being done simultaneously. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Sa ating proponent rin ng panukalang batas, tulad na nabanggit ni Representative Sarate, kasi yung isa sa mga layunin, liban doon sa usapin ng investment, na sa aming pananaw ay speculative, whether by simply addressing the issue of incentives, lowering corporate income tax, will be sufficient for investors to come in. Ang isa ring yung nagulat rin ako kahit rin sa pangalan, lalo na sa usapin ng job generation. Originally, the name of the Sitira Bill was Trabaho Bill. Is this an admission na hindi ito magkikreate ng trabaho kaya pinangalanan ng Sitira?
It depends on the chairman of the Ways and Means, Mr. Speaker. This is just another abbreviation, but the objective is the same.
Kaya ko rin katanungan ito. Kasi kahit doon sa pag-aaral ng Department of Finance, sinabi itong tax measure na ito will generate 1.4 million jobs. Tama po ba yan, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
At ito ay lilikhain sa mga maliliit o katamtamang laking mga empresa o enterprises. Tama po ba yan, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it's from small, medium to large companies.
Sabi rin ng galing na Mr. Speaker, sabi rin ng Finance Undersecretary Carl Henrik Chua, yung job losses, meron rin, would be very minimal. Meron na po ba kayong pag-aaral kung gaano karami ang tinatantiyang epekto ng pagbabawas ng trabaho dahil tinanggal o binawasan yung tax incentives sa mga malalaking empresa?
As I stated earlier, Mr. Speaker, for this package, we are lowering the corporate income tax. Hence, it is estimated that the companies will save around 800 billion, if I'm not mistaken. And for every million pesos that they save, statistically, 86% of that is used for labor. And for every million, it will generate 3.5 jobs, more or less. So we do expect in the long run that more jobs will be created by the Citira law due to the rationalization of the fiscal incentives.
Salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Pero sa kabilang bahagi, medyo nagugulat po kami. Kasi yung mga those directly involved in the said industries, ang sabi ng Semiconductor and Electronics Industries in the Philippines Foundation Incorporated, o CAP, sabi nila, sa isang statement nila, the bill would force them to lay off 140,000 workers. Ayon naman sa Philippine Ecozones Association o PHILEA, the Semiconductor and Electronics Industries in the Philippines Foundation, the IT and Business Process Association of the Philippines, the Confederation of Wearable Exports of the Philippines or CONWEP, ang tinatansyang bilang na matatanggal sa trabaho ay 1.5 million. Paano po natin i-reconcile ito, Mr. Speaker?
Madam Speaker, these companies, hindi po mawawala ng incentives. It will just be rationalized. But in the records taken from all agencies and also from the investment zones, in fact, the cost-benefit ratio on electronics is for every peso that we spend there, we only get back 0.31. Now, this doesn't mean that we do away with their incentives. We rationalize it. We put it in, we choose what incentives will be more fitting for the electronics companies. Also for BPOs, these were given incentives when they were infant industries. Now they are not infant industries and they're probably one of the biggest employers in the country. We have to adjust the incentives that is fitting for such company so that we can get back the cost-benefit ratio for every incentive that we give, for every peso that we spend on these companies. We need to get back more than 1 peso. We need to get back not less than 1 peso, in which we are doing right now. When in fact for voice BPO, it's almost zero. The cost-benefit ratio is zero, almost zero. Non-voice BPO is 0.68. Sa electronics po, 0.31. Mababa po yung benefits natin kung anong binibigay for every peso that we give as incentives. And that is the objective. We are not eliminating incentives in all industry. We are rationalizing, fitting what they need and what will be more beneficial for the Filipinos as well for the government to collect, to have the benefits that is commensurate to what we are giving. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, isa pa rin palaisipan pa rin sa amin na ang ginagamit na termino, inira-rationalize ang incentives. Pero at the same time, alam naman na ang epekto nito, ang bottom line, ay pagbabawas ng mga incentives na ito. Ngunit alam naman natin, tulad na nabanggit, pwedeng mag-reapply muli ang mga empresa para pakinabangan pa rin nila itong tinatawag na mga incentives. Kung nabanggit na nga, magkakaroon ng pagbabago ng teknolohiya, yung value added ng mga sistema at iba pa. Pero ang sabi nga natin, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Bakit po? Kasi isa nababahala kami na mismo embedded sa naturang panukalang batas ay itong tinatawag na structural, nasa na yun? Adjustment Fund. Paintulutan po kong basahin ang Section 312. The following amounts shall be appropriated to compensate workers that may be displaced by the rationalization of fiscal incentives to improve employability of workers and for the development of infrastructure within economic zones and free ports that may be affected by this act. And merong mga sinasabing mga halaga na tulad ng the amount of 500 million pesos shall be appropriated annually in addition to any adjusted fund appropriated under the budget of the Department of Labor and Employment to provide targeted cash grants or other support programs to displaced workers of firms that may be affected by the rationalization of fiscal incentives. Meron ring trainings, targeted trainings to displaced workers na ganun din ang halaga, 500 million. At meron pang skills upgrade program for the IT, BPO affected employees in the tune of 5 billion pesos. Hindi ho ba kaya tayo nag-earmark ng ganitong halaga dahil dun sa quote-unquote safety nets for those who will fall from the effect of the Sitira law, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, it is a mere contingent fund. It is not, the proposal actually says it may be available for, it is not expected that it will be utilized, but it is a contingency for, because to assure the current, those that are employed by these companies that because of the claimor that they have had, it is to assure them that the government will protect them for whatever consequences the Sitira has. But it is not consequence that the proponents of this bill expect. Kasi po, actually, it's the other way around. We expect jobs, more jobs to be generated. Because of the Sitira law, because of the lowering of income tax, more for foreign direct investments will come in, and it will not eradicate any all the incentives. It will just rationalize. Pipiliin po ang mga bagay na insentibo to those companies that deserve it. Ang isa po kasi, there are many fears. It is maraming companies na natatakot po about rationalization. But there are many ways to get the incentives. We are just streamlining. At marami po, halimbawa po, ngayon, ang PESA I think has about 300 locators in the NCR out of the 500. Is that correct? Ecozones. Most of the ecozones are here in Metro Manila. There are less ecozones in Iloilo, in Cebu, in other provinces. What we want is develop more ecozones in the other areas of the Philippines in which we badly need. Kaya po, this is just rationalization. This is not elimination or eradication of the current incentives. It is rationalization para kung anong bagay sa industriya mo, yun yung insentibo na ibibigay natin, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Konting ano lang, sesegue lang ako po konti. Pero sa government po, mga government employees, alam niyo po, allergic kami dyan sa term na rationalization eh. Kasi nung 2004, nilabas yung Executive Order 366. Ito po yung rationalization program sa gobyerno. At yan rin po ang sabi, hindi po magbabawas ng kawani sa gobyerno. Ang sabi, ira-rationalize lang. Pero ang bottom line, after 2004 until the last implementation in 2012, ang bottom line po, 160,000 government workers ang natanggal. Quote-unquote, na-rationalize. Pero ang original na objective ay gawin dang tama yung bilang ng kawani sa loob ng mga ahensya ng pamahalaan. Pero yung term na rationalization, tanungin niyo po yung mga government workers, allergic ko. Kasi yung bottom line, yung final effect is the reduction of the bureaucracy, and unfortunately, ang pinapalit nga daw ngayon, hindi naman daw nabawasan, nadagdagan pa nga. Well, it's true, nadagdagan ngayon yung burokrasya, but not regular workers anymore. Majority are now job order, contract of service, casual workers, and the like. So yun lang po yung konting dagdag na information. Pero balik po tayo doon sa katanungan. Nagbanggit po kayo ng mga halaga na ito, no? Yung 500 million for yung mga displaced workers at iba pa. Meron ho ba kayong idea? Saan ho nanggaling yung figure? Meron na ba kayong parang study? Kaya ginawa yung 500 million, yung support, ay meron na kayong idea kung gaano karaming empleyado at manggagawa ang apektado nitong Sitira Law, Mr. Speaker.
Nandito lang yan. Mr. Speaker, ang 500 billion po is computed based on the tax incentives that we give out to the different companies. It's composed of the different types of taxes, the income tax, custom duties, import VAT, local VAT, local business tax, tsaka yung mga leakages due to this. But this is not actually loss. This is an investment, Mr. Speaker.
Salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Kaya po tinatanong ng representasyong ito, mga ilang katanungan ito. Dahil nga po, ditong nakaraang mga taon sa administrasyon ni Pangulong Duterte, napakaliit rin kasi ng nalilikang trabaho. Between 2016 to 2018, 162,000 ang, in the past 2 years, 162,000 from said number of years, ang natanggal na sa trabaho. At marami pang natatanggal, bunga ng pagkalugi ng nagsasara mga empresa, oo, mayroong nililikhang bagong trabaho, pero yung net effect niya ay maliit lamang ang kabuuang na-create na jobs. Kaya nga po, itong issue ng effect ng Sitira Law sa trabaho ay isang napakahalagang usapin dahil ayaw siguro natin na magkaroon ng bagong batas na tulad ng pangako ng Train 1 na lilikha ng mas malaking revenues para sa gobyerno, hindi maglilikha ng inflasyon, pero baliktad yung nakita natin. Kung maalala natin noong 2018, sumirit ng 6.8% ang inflation noong August, September, October. Kaya't ito na naman yung mga sinasabing layunin o objectives na hindi necessarily tumutugma doon sa layunin natin na pagandahin ang kalagayan ng ating ekonomiya na lilikha na mas maraming trabaho. Naniniwala po ang kinatawang ito na talagang dapat bigyan natin ng mas mataas na subsidyo ang ating mga lokal na mga medium scale and micro enterprises. At tama rin, no? Dapat nga yung buwis, yung mga in-tax perks ng mga malalaking negosyo ay dapat talagang bawasan. Pero dapat, dahil ang ating mga SMEs ang silang dumilikha ng pinakamaraming trabaho. Ayon sa DTI, MSMEs or micro-scale medium enterprises generated a total of almost almost 5 million jobs, 4.92 million jobs in 2001 versus 2.9 million jobs for the large enterprises. Kaya di ba dapat siguro hindi ho ba dapat ang ating mga panukalang batas ay para tulungan yung ating maliliit o katamtamang laking mga empresa na lumilikha ng pinakamaraming trabaho sa ating bansa ngayon. Hindi tulad itong si Tira na ang makikinabang ay ang mga malalaking kumpanya, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the effect of Train 1, Train 1 was not the main cause of the inflation. If we remember correctly, there was also the issue on the oil, the peso depreciation, many other factors like the rice supply. Siguro ang isang substantial increase doon was the increase on the tobacco because of the increase on the sin taxes. But it was a convergence of different variables. Probably, I would venture to say na may epekto din yung Train 1, but it is minimal compared to the effects of oil prices, of the peso depreciation, and all the other factors.
Mr. Speaker, doon sa usapin ng inflasyon, doon sa mga ilang pag-aaral na naganap, lalo na sa panahon na ito, Agosto, Setyembre, Oktubre ng naturang taon, ang Pilipinas, kung ihahambing dito sa mga bansa sa Asia, ang pinakamataas na inflasyon. Ang sabi po, nabanggit na ang pagtaas ng presyo ng langis. Actually, totoo yan, ano? Major factor yan. Pero ang katanungan namin, bakit sa mga bansa tulad ng Thailand, yung mga non-oil producing countries, Singapore, itong iba pang bansa dito sa Asia, relatively, ang inflation nila ay mababa kesa doon sa 6.8% natin. They too were affected by the increasing prices of oil in the world market. However, the main difference is that the Train Law imposed an increase in the excise tax on top of the increase in the price of oil in the world market. Hindi ba yun ang talagang dahilan doon sa nagsumirit ng inflasyon nung pagpapatupad ng Train Law, Mr. Speaker?
Again, Mr. Speaker, the Train 1 was one factor, but there are many factors that affect inflation. In fact, in other countries, kahit sabihin mo na the inflation rate was not as high as ours, but they were equally, their growth rate was also slow, and these countries did not invest in infrastructure as much as we did. So there are different circumstances affecting inflation and different circumstances in each country. So it's not comparable as of now unless we are of the same economic structure. Pero iba-iba po. So again, Train 1 is not the only variable that caused that inflation back in 2017. Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat po sa kasagutan, Mr. Speaker. Bilang panghuli, kami po ay nababahala na dahil ayon kay Department of Finance Undersecretary Chua sa isang committee hearing, sabi niya, mababa na actually yung corporate income tax na 30% dahil ang aktual na binabayaran ng mga kumpanya kasama yung incentives, ang effective tax rate lang nila ay hindi 30%. Umaabot lang ng 6 hanggang 13%. So practically, lowering the CIT will already greatly benefit the large corporations. Ngayon lang nakikinabang na sila at lalo pang makikinabang dito sa pagbaba ng naturang corporate income tax. Panghuli, kami ang kinatawang ito'y naniniwala na yung si Tira po ay hindi makamanggagawa. Hindi po ito lilikha ng mas maraming trabaho. Hindi rin ito para sa ating maliliit at katamtamang laki na mga empresa sa ating bansa. walang konkretong katibayan na ito lilikha ng mas maraming trabaho tulad na nabanggit ng nauna nating interpellator na walang assurance ng job creation at batay na rin sa mga binanggit ng mga those involved in the industry, ang sabi nila, mas malaki ang potensyal na ito'y lilikha ng mas maraming job losses at the fact na naglalagay nga ng provision for subsidy ay proof yan na ito ang effect ng Sitira Law. Mabigat na itong burden sa mga manggagawa na pagpapatupad ng trade law. Naniniwala ang kinatuwang ito hindi sa pakinabang ng mga mamamayan, lalo na mga manggagawa, ang pagpapatupad ng Sitira Law. Maraming salamat po at isang magandang hapon sa ating lahat.
Maraming salamat po, gentleman from Bayan Muna Party List, Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the lady from the 4th District, 2nd District of Marikina City, the Honorable Stella Luis Kimbo, for her interpellation.
The lady from Marikina City is hereby recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as an economist, I have long been advocating the reduction of income taxes faced by corporations and at the same time rationalizing fiscal incentives. I have in fact published some studies that showed empirical evidence for this, so I welcome this development. This bill will, this is potentially a good law. But Mr. Speaker, would the distinguished sponsor, the distinguished representative of Ambis OWA, yield to some questions?
No. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So Mr. Speaker, madalas pong sabihin na isa pong magandang feature ng panukalang batas na to ay wala na tayong forever na incentives. Tama po ba, Mr. Speaker?
Correct, Mr. Speaker. Currently, some entities enjoy GIE. They pay 5% tax on gross, and without, which is not time bound. There's no time limitation, so they are forever enjoying the benefits.
So, but the general rule is that there is no forever. And Mr. Speaker, please confirm that the proviso in Section 294 embodies this principle. And let me read that proviso. It states, provided further that in no such case shall an income tax incentive be extended beyond the initial grant of 5 years, except those provided under Section 294A, paragraph 7 and 9, Sections 295, 296, and 297. And if we combine this with sunset provisions, as stated in Section 310, generally speaking, wala na pong forever. In other words, there's a finite limit, there's a finite end to incentives.
That's
Tama
correct,
po?
Madam Speaker, and it will also depend, the incentives will depend on the location as well as some activities, or whether you are already enjoying it for a certain number of years. There's a certain grace period to
Okay.
each.
The reason for why I asked this, Mr. Speaker, is that while we keep saying na wala na pong forever dito, the distinguished sponsors in this session as well as in the last session have also stated that there are renewals, meaning reapplications are allowed. But Mr. Speaker, paulit-ulit ko pong binasa ang draft bill at wala po akong nakitang klarong provision na nagsasaad na pwede pong mag-renew ng incentives. So kaya ko po tinanong kung ano ba talaga ang provision na nagsasaad clearly na pwede pong mag-reapply.
The renewal will depend on the activity, and the company has to qualify. It has to go through FIRB, in which the decision of the FIRB will depend on the SIPP as well. So it will be centralized with the FIRB, pero any decisions will, because this will be prepared by our economic managers, and the renewal will depend kung what they see are the industries or the activities that deserve to be renewed or extended, the privilege.
So, Mr. Speaker, can you kindly state which particular provision of the bill you are referring to?
Under Section 294 on incentives, the main provision that would apply in this case is that the registered projects or activities under the SIPP shall be qualified to income tax incentives and enhanced deductions, and so on. DOF, the proponents of this bill, will actually leave it to the FIRB to decide which industries and which companies will deserve the renewal of their incentives.
So what you're saying, Mr. Speaker, is that while it is not stated point blank in this current version, what you're saying that in the procedures of the FIRB, that is a possibility.
It will basically it will depend, all these incentives rationalization will be based on the SIPP.
Yes.
Which will be, but and then it will depend on the SIPP how they formulate that, if renewal is allowable or is possible. So it will, or qualified. So that the basis of this, like as mentioned in the law, is the strategic investment priority plan of all the different agencies. Yes, it is not stated explicitly in the law, but it is that is how the proponents have envisioned the role of the SIPP and the FIRB.
So, Mr. Speaker, you're open to the possibility of clarifying the language of the law in order that there is certainty among the business people that there is such a possibility.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, what I have here in this slide is a hypothetical BPO. It's a 3-year-old BPO. It's PESA registered. And what I did here was I assumed simple numbers. They make $1 million pesos.
They don't look simple, ma'am.
Etc. But what I did here basically was to compute the taxes due. And so in the first 3 years, because it is PESA registered, in this simple example, their total taxes due is 30,000 pesos.
Okay.
Now, once this bill becomes a law, and if we apply the sunset provisions, they get an extra 2 years, right?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So there's a sunset provision. They get an extra 2 years of ITH. So after that, if we apply Section 294, the proviso underneath, that means by 2022, the new CIT rate would be applied to this company, which is 27% in 2022, and the following year, it would be 26%. And in addition, local taxes of, let's say, 5%, if this is located in the NCR, would apply. So the point of this slide is simple. Today, they pay taxes of 30,000 pesos. By 2022, they pay taxes equivalent to 165,000 pesos. So ganun po kalaki, Mr. Speaker, ang ilalaki ng taxes ng BPO na to. So ang tanong ko po, Mr. Speaker, hindi kaya magsisialisan ang mga BPOs dito para magsitirahan sila sa ibang bansa?
Well noted, Madam Representative, that, but there are other ways in which these companies can get incentives, in which they can get 100% on research and development, 50% on labor, 100% on training, 50% on domestic input, NOLCO for 5 years. There are different ways to get incentives, and maybe we can put that into consideration in the calculation, and we would appreciate if we can be provided with a calculation so that our researchers can also assess.
So,
Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that there's some openness to addressing this particular problematic situation. Kasi po, Mr. Speaker, baka naman po talagang kailangan mabigyan ng flexibility ang incentive granting authority para habaan ang incentives for selected industries. Because personally, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the key to rationalizing incentives is really to have a rational process of granting incentives. In other words, if we have a rational decision-making body and that body is able to balance two objectives, revenue generation on one hand, or industry promotion amidst market failures on the other hand, and that I would believe is an ideal situation. So now, Mr. Speaker, because we've talked about the process, I'd like to ask some questions, some procedural questions. Sa ngayon po, Mr. Speaker, who has the power to approve the granting, suspension, cancellation, or withdrawal of incentives?
Mr. Speaker, right now it is the IPAs that have the power to do so, Mr. Speaker. Or under the CITIRA, you mean?
Under the bill that you...
Under the proposed bill.
Under the proposed bill, it's the IPAs. Mr. Speaker?
Under the current system, it is the IPAs. Under the proposed bill, it will be the FIRB. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, and under the current bill, at least the one that was circulated to the committee members, there is a situation where the FIRB can weigh in, which is where the activity poses risk to environment, health, and economic stability. So, Mr. Speaker, could you kindly define what economic stability means? What situation would constitute economic instability, in which case the incentives would now have to be decided upon by the FIRB?
FIRB yun. So ngayon to, change to all. Na pwede siya mag-renew to all. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the current proposal, yes, it does enumerate the three situations, but the committee is actually willing to amend such provision in order to accommodate na lang in all instances.
So in other words, Mr. Speaker, in all cases, the decision-making body over incentives is the FIRB.
Correct.
Is that right, Mr. Speaker?
Correct, Mr. Speaker.
I actually agree with this approach. I'm happy that this is actually a welcome development, because I think that when you have a board that is composed of the DOF, the DTI, and NEDA, that means you can bring together different perspectives in deciding on incentives. So hindi lang po revenue generation ang titignan natin, kundi nandiyan na rin po ang pag-promote ng industriya, kasama na rin po dahil nandiyan ang NEDA, ang overall inclusive economic growth. Ngayon naman po, hindi ba pwede rin po, Mr. Speaker, na magkamali ang FIRB? tao lang din naman po sila, Mr. Speaker. Tama po.
Mr. Speaker, anything is possible, but we have to have faith in our system and in the officials running it, Mr. Speaker, as well as to us, Mr. Speaker.
So buti po sana kung pwede natin i-clone si Secretary Sani, kaya lang ang problema hindi, di ba? So ang problema is in the future, paano kung hindi si Secretary Sani? So would you agree, Mr. Speaker, that your FIRB should have some checks and balances, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So, would you agree na sana magkaroon ng veto power ang presidente over the FIRB?
Currently, the committee's proposal is to include the Office of the President through the Executive Secretaries. Hence, the President will be represented in the board already, Mr. Speaker.
But Mr. Speaker, the Executive Secretary will be a member of the board, right? In which case...
Representing the Office of the President.
Yes, but as a board member, will be bound by the decision of the board. So, in a situation where a party that is adversely affected wants some form of redress, what options are available to him?
Like any decision, whether it's judicial, legislative, or executive, there are remedies that could be available. In fact, they can appeal to the President or the Executive Secretary, or the Secretary of Finance, or for a reconsideration from the board, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, sana na lang po, Mr. Speaker, pag-isipan na lang natin ang maganda sanang checks and balances sa isang multifaceted body tulad ng FIRB. Mr. Speaker, I'll move to a different topic but still a procedural one. Mr. Speaker, is it correct to say that a tax incentive is effectively an appropriation because we lose potential tax revenues?
It is like we have done in the TIMTA. It is an expenditure, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, in which case it should be, would you agree with me, Mr. Speaker, that one of the functions of the FIRB should be to report to Congress on a regular basis, say a monthly basis, of its approvals, suspensions, withdrawals of incentives, including the methodology utilized to arrive at these decisions?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. In fact, we have congressional oversight, whether for TIMTA or for the tax revenue generation.
But I hope, Mr. Speaker, that you would consider an even more structured way of reporting, because this is a very important issue, and because remember that the methodology that the FIRB uses to grant incentives, that arguably is a black box to the public, right? So there's like a mathematical model used by USEC Chua. We don't know what assumptions he would be employing to generate these recommendations. So I think it would be best for this board to report to Congress on a monthly basis.
I agree, Mr. Speaker, and if the Representative Kimbo can present to us any suggestions on how to proceed with her suggestion, then the committee would be willing to review the suggestion, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now I move to questions on due diligence. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, Congress passed the Tax Incentives Management and Transparency Act, or TIMTA, for the singular purpose of determining the merits and demerits of tax incentives. So in the past, tax incentives were being given left and right. Many people think it's like without proper assessment, without science. And so TIMTA seeks or sought to correct that and puts in place a mechanism for collecting data on incentives. And in that law, NEDA was mandated to undertake a cost-benefit analysis using that data. So my question is, has NEDA been able to complete and submit this cost-benefit analysis to the committee?
It is correct that the taxes are given left and right. In fact, there are about 549 ecozones and free ports. There are 342 special laws and 13 IPAs. Each has their own regime on how to give out incentives. With the TIMTA law being passed back in 2015, yes, there are cost-benefit analysis that I have seen already, which I think the good Congresswoman Kimbo can understand better. But yes, they were able, in fact, years before the 2015, it was not possible, or it was inaccurate to do such analysis, but now they have better tools to do the cost-benefit analysis.
So the answer is yes, Mr. Speaker, that there is a study that had been completed.
There has been a study completed by the Department of Finance together with NEDA.
And what are the findings of that study? Well, the reason why I asked, Mr. Speaker, is because when I checked with NEDA, they said that they had not been able to complete the study because of data issues. So, and based on the law, it is NEDA who is mandated to come up with a cost-benefit analysis.
Should the good representative allow us, we can provide her with the study submitted by NEDA, and although incomplete, but eventually completed together with the UF, it can be available and we can submit it to your office.
But Mr. Speaker, my understanding, based on my conversation with NEDA, the problem has to do with the data limitation, meaning you only have one data point in time, and because you're looking at a dynamic concern, you need at least 2 data points. I will not belabor this point, Mr. Speaker. My only concern is that this law cannot be excessively restrictive in treatment and overbroad in scope, especially without the benefit of a solid analysis using TIMTA data. Mr. Speaker, rationalizing incentives is like using a strain to filter water. You need a strain to filter water, a strain to remove your unproductive incentives, as well as redundant incentives. However, Mr. Speaker, as we all know, if the strain is too fine, even your clean water will not be able to pass through that strain. In short, even good performing industries that need to be supported, perhaps like the BPOs, might end up without the needed support. So in short, we don't really want a law that will end up creating this excessively fine strain and leave some industries dry. So is it correct to say, Mr. Speaker, let me just move on to my next point, that the purpose for reducing corporate income tax is to increase foreign direct investments?
That's one of the consequences, Mr. Speaker.
So meron din naman pong effect sa domestic investments, tama po?
It is also almost 90% of the companies that pay, no, almost all 90% of the companies pay 30% income tax, and most of those companies are SMEs. So the biggest beneficiaries of the lowering of corporate income tax will be the SMEs that do pay the regular corporate income tax and do not avail of any incentives from any zones.
So, Mr. Speaker, what you're saying is because of your lower CIT, even your SMEs, our domestic SMEs, will also expand their own domestic investments. So in addition to FDIs, we're also set to increase domestic investments. In addition, would you agree with me that by lowering the CIT, we can also expect increased compliance among firms? Meaning right now, we know, Mr. Speaker, that an issue is that there are many firms that are non-compliant. They don't pay corporate income taxes properly. So my question is, would you agree with me, Mr. Speaker, that another benefit of lowering CIT is to increase our tax base of corporations?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Also added simplification of the tax incentives, hence for the rationalization. Then administratively, compliance will be easier for the Bureau of the BIR as well as for the DOF and the Bureau of Customs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So let me ask, what are the DOF's estimates on the revenue impacts of the lowering of CIT?
The corporations are calculated to save
For the first year,
for every 1%. For every 1%, it is calculated that will be 23.6% savings.
in terms of billions of pesos, what is the expected revenue impact on the first year?
I'm sorry, it's 23.6 billion pesos.
Okay, and in that computation, Mr. Speaker, did the DOF consider all of these effects that we had just mentioned earlier? Meaning, are they just looking at the lost revenue because you lowered the taxes? Did you factor in the benefits, meaning the increase in tax base because now your domestic investments are more? Because your compliance is better among corporations?
That is not included, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, I noticed that, Mr. Speaker. When I looked at the DOF's estimates, those are very important, non-trivial effects. My own study suggests that every 1 percentage point reduction in corporate income tax predicts an increase in domestic investment of 30.6 billion pesos. It's a non-trivial amount. So I'm wondering why the DOF seems to have overlooked this. It's a very important number. The reason for why I point this out is because when the DOF underestimates the good things, then it gives additional pressure on Congress to pass all of these tax revenue measures.
Yes, the good representative is correct. And why it is not included, it is because the effect is medium term and not immediate. So the DOF calculation is on the conservative side, Mr. Speaker.
I just hope that as you amend, as you go into the period of amendments, I hope that the DOF can refine its estimates. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
May I also ask at this point the estimated employment effects? Earlier, Mr. Speaker, Congressman Gaite and Congresswoman Franz Castro asked this question on how many workers are expected to lose their jobs. So let me just ask it in a different way. The bill proposes an earmark of 1 billion pesos for displaced workers. In other words, Mr. Speaker, there is a projection that people will lose jobs, right? And so I'd like to know how many are those? What is a DOF's estimate of displaced workers?
Again, Mr. Speaker, it is a mere contingency. In fact, it is expected that the lowering of corporate income tax will generate around 1.5 million jobs, new jobs, Mr. Speaker.
But Mr. Speaker, there are studies that I've seen conducted by business groups, conducted by industry associations, indicating their estimate of displaced workers. So I am somewhat disappointed that the DOF has not factored in those numbers, considering that you've put in an earmark of 1 billion pesos into the bill. So again, Mr. Speaker, I hope that you take those studies into consideration as you amend.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, as we had mentioned earlier, one of the purposes of reducing CIT is to attract more FDIs.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, today, which do you consider as our most important competitor, at least among our ASEAN neighbors?
For Mr. Speaker, for the FDIs, for the foreign direct
Yes,
investments.
Mr. Speaker.
Vietnam and anong competitor natin? It will depend on the type of industry. For manufacturing, that would be Vietnam, and for India, for example, it would be the non-voice PPOs.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker.
since you mentioned Vietnam, what is the current corporate income tax rate of Vietnam?
I have it here. The current of Vietnam is at 20%.
And under this bill, when will our CIT be exactly the rate of Vietnam at the moment, which is 20%?
2029.
2030, Mr. Speaker. Right, so that's 11 years from now. Would you agree with me, Mr. Speaker, that that reduction in tax rate is a little bit too slow? By the time po na nakita na po ng ating mga kapitbahay kung ano na ang ating approved tax rates in the next 10 years, hindi kaya magsisibabaan din po sila, therefore engaging us in a form of tax war. But in fact, it's not even a close tax war because it will take us 10 years to get to where they are today, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Speaker. But for fiscal prudence, there is a gradual reduction. And in fact, the President has the power to hasten the lowering of adjust the corporate income tax should the variables come together. He has the 10 years, we need not wait for 10 years if all the economic factors are in the right place, Mr. Speaker.
So before I leave that idea, Mr. Speaker, I would like to appeal to you that perhaps because we are underestimating the investment effects of lowered CIT, that we're probably thinking that that reduction, which is very slow, is just right. So perhaps again, in proposing amendments to the bill, I appeal that you perhaps take a look at other studies, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. In fact, there is a possibility that we could hasten the lowering of corporate income tax, and also other variables are being considered, like the revisiting of the foreign direct investments related laws, like the Public Service Act and the Foreign Investments Act, Mr. Speaker, and the Retail Trade Law.
Mr. Speaker, is export orientation a criteria for inclusion in the SIPP?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Which version, Mr. Speaker? I have looked at the current version many times and I have not seen it. A refers to inclusion in the Philippine Development Plan, B refers to increase in investments, etc. I have not seen the word export in that list of criteria for inclusion in the SIPP, Mr. Speaker.
The intention is to do so, hence the Board of Investments are the ones that will formulate the SIPP, and they are supposed to be the FDI arm of the government or NDTI, Mr. Speaker.
But Mr. Speaker, for purposes of reducing uncertainty again in the business environment, it might be good to state point blank the inclusion of export-oriented companies, and besides, there's flexibility for you to define such, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, well, point well taken, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much for the suggestion of Congresswoman Kimbo.
This has been asked earlier, Mr. Speaker, but I would like to ask it again just to make a short manifestation later on. How many laws, Mr. Speaker, does this bill seek to amend?
Currently, there are about 300? 154? We currently have 45 in the list, amending 45 laws, Mr. Speaker, on the repeal clause of the current bill.
But, Mr. Speaker, if you have a single bill amending 45 laws, is that right, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, but only as far as tax incentives are concerned, in which is any any tax-related laws, which is provisions, which is I think within the coverage of the current bill, which is the amendment of the NIRC, Mr. Speaker.
So this question was raised earlier, but I wish to ask it again. So would you think, Mr. Speaker, that this is in violation of the one subject, one bill principle of Article 6, Section 26, Paragraph 1 of the 1987 Constitution? And I know, Mr. Speaker, that you've already gave a response earlier. Siguro po, ang sabi nga ng may kasabihan na kung meron daw pong 10 abogado sa isang kwarto, magkakaroon ka din ng 10 opinyon at ang kada isa po sa 10 abogado na yan ay magsasabing tama po sila. Kaya siguro po, maganda na lang po na I would just like to manifest that this issue on this constitutionality issue was raised by this representation, but of course we can park that at the moment. So anyway po, that was my last question, but I would like to end, Mr. Speaker, with a manifestation that last week this representation submitted 6 individual proposed amendments to the Committee on Ways and Means. And today I received a formal reply from the good chairman indicating that of the 6, he agreed with 1 and basically disagreed with the 5 others. As a result of today's session, I intend to submit 2 more proposed individual amendments for your consideration at the appropriate time. And sana naman po, on the basis of this discussion, sana naman po ay ma-reconsider po ang mga amendments po na sinabmit natin. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat din po sa inyo, distinguished lady from the 2nd District of Marikina. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we move to suspend session.
Session suspended. Mabuti naman.
Usapin niyo si Bruce. Bruce na lang.
Session is resumed. Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of Committee Report Number 2 on House Bill Number 4157. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objections? There being none, consideration motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize our esteemed Honorable Minority Leader, the Honorable Benny Abante. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Abante is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, last week we elected additional members representing the minority to the Committee on Legislative Franchises. However, upon perusal, membership of the said committee has already been filled up. In line with this, I respectfully move in behalf of the minority, to withdraw the membership of the Honorable Daguok and the Honorable Guya to the Committee in Legislative Franchises. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objections? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider Committee Report number 2 on House Bill number 4157, and could the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measure? So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure.
House Bill number 4157, an act amending sections 4, 5, 20, 22, 27, 28, 34, 40, 50, 73, 112, 117, 204, 222, 237, 2378, 255, 256, 257, 258, 261, 263, 264, 266, 275, 290, 291, 292, and adding new sections 6A, 280, 2A, 293, 294, 295, 296, 297, 298, 299, 300, 301, 302, 303, 304, 305, 306, 307, 308, 309, 310, 311, 312, 313, 314, 315, and 316, all under the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended, and for other purposes.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Committee on Ways and Means, Honorable Joey Salceda.
The Honorable Joey Salceda is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For his interpellation, I move that we recognize the Honorable Representative from the 2nd District of Cagayan de Oro City, the Honorable Rufus Rodriguez.
The gentleman from Cagayan de Oro City is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By distinguished chair of the Ways and Means Committee, the sponsor, would the Honorable Salceda yield to some interventions?
Willingly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the agencies where there will be a regime change as far as incentives is concerned is the Philippine Economic Zone Authority, the PEZA. Is the gentleman aware that the PEZA has 395 operating ecozones nationwide?
That's correct.
Would the distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, agree that there are now 4,341 enterprises located in these economic zones nationwide?
That's correct.
And would the distinguished author, Mr. Speaker, agree that the cumulative total investments in PEZA registered companies from 1995, since the inception of the PEZA, has up to 2018, amounts to 760.505 billion US dollars?
It's possible. I would look for the accurate number, Your Honor.
And the ecozone exports under PEZA alone constitute 65% of total Philippine commodity exports.
Yes, Your Honor, but if you net imports, Your Honor, because there's essentially assembly operations, then the net is only 9.5 billion per year, Your Honor. And therefore, it's only tantamount to $95 billion, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague. And that the PEZA, exports of PEZA constitute 16.28% of gross domestic product for 2018.
That would be approximately, that would be correct, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that PEZA, as of this time, employs directly 1,508,727 workers.
It's within the ballpark, Your Honor.
What is therefore the figure of the Finance Department?
It's, the exact figure is 1486, Your Honor.
Exactly 1,486,000.
486,000. Yes, that's right.
Okay. So just a difference of about 20,000, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
So
That's why I said it's
really
very
within
close to the ballpark.
the PESA figures. And that PESA indirectly employs 7,543,635 workers.
That would mean, Your Honor, about 5 times multiplier. That would be on the high side, Your Honor.
What would be the low side or the side of the Secretary of Finance?
3 times.
How much?
Roughly about
Indirect employment.
4.5 million, Your Honor.
4.5
5.
million. Yes. Still by the
That
millions.
includes employees of the suppliers to PESA enterprises. That includes the sari-sari stores where they buy. That includes the restaurants where they eat. So it's inclusive of everything, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. And that from 2014 to 2018, PESA companies purchased a total of 1.345 trillion of equipment and raw materials from the domestic market.
So, Your Honor, that would mean that that's less than 10% of their
Pardon?
total. That's less than 10% of their exports.
Oh, my question just really is...
That's correct, Your Honor.
Yeah, correct.
But that also means that they are buying.
No, we have no question about... but here, we are not talking here of imports. We are talking here of domestic market raw materials.
That's correct, Your Honor, because they're importing to 80%. And therefore, at max, the figure you quoted is equal to about 10% of their total exports value.
But the gentleman will agree that total purchases of equipment and raw materials from the domestic market is 1.3 trillion. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, distinguished colleague. And that PESA, since 1995 to 2018, had remitted to the national government 20.151 billion.
Well, Your Honor, just to put it, I would accept that figure, Your Honor, but it only means 1 billion per year. And that also means, Your Honor, that 1 billion to the 303 billion, we give them in incentives every year.
Yes, but the distinguished colleague agrees that in actual remittance to the national government from 1995 to 2018,
Yes, we will accept that, Your
was
Honor.
20 billion.
Actually, I would expect something higher, Your Honor. I'll check the figures. I think the figure will be higher than 20 billion or 1 billion per year, Your Honor. So
Thank you, distinguished colleague. And that for 2018 alone, just last year, PESA remitted 1.141 billion to the coffers of the government. Is that correct, distinguished sponsor?
PESA itself, in terms of dividends, yes.
Yeah, to the government, correct. Whether dividends, yes.
Yeah, because the other figure you quoted, the 20 billion, refers, Your Honor, to the taxes paid by all the enterprises inside the zones.
Thank
Yes,
you.
Your Honor, I accept the data, Your Honor. It's
And taxes paid to the national government from 2007 to 2015 was 42 billion.
Oh, that would be closer, Your Honor. I will accept.
What is the figure, therefore, of the Department of Finance? Total taxes paid to the national government.
That would be correct because in 2015 they paid 11 billion, Your Honor. So, more or less, Your Honor, given the number of years you quoted,
From year 2007
That's
to
right, Your Honor.
2015, what is the figure of the Department of Finance?
In 2015, Your Honor, single year, the time we have the TIMTA, where we can directly calculate, it's 11.6 billion just for 1 year. So the number you quoted, 43 billion, Your Honor, would be reasonable. So, Your Honor, 2015, they paid 14.9 billion. In 2016, they paid 17.7 billion. And in 2016, 17.7. In 2017, they paid 22.2 billion.
And the annual average, therefore, the distinguished colleague, Mr.
15,
Speaker,
Your Honor.
the annual average would be 4.6 billion every year is paid to the national government.
If you say, Your Honor, that would be probably, because the total taxes paid we have, Your Honor, is based on their reports to, is 14.9 to 2015. So for 3 years, Your Honor, they probably paid 56 billion. So divided by 3, that would be for 18 billion, Your Honor.
Thank you. So annual average for these years is 18 billion.
Correct.
Okay, 18 billion. The taxes paid to the local government, because the 5% gross income tax, 3% goes to the national government, and 2.2% goes to the local governments. Would you agree that the taxes paid to the local governments from 2007 to 2015 amounted to 436 billion 381 million 352,330 pesos? Would the gentleman, the distinguished colleague, agree that to the local governments where they are located, these 395 operating economic zones nationwide had given 436 billion to the local governments?
That, I think, Your Honor, that is a very high figure.
What is the figure of the Department
I would say
of Finance?
you interchange B for M.
How much?
Taxes paid to the local governments. So in 2015, it's 15 billion.
15
in
billion.
2016, it's 20. In 2017, so it is not close to the 465 billion, Your Honor.
So, in other words, what you're quoting is from 2015 to 2014. But if you go to 2007, you can agree that 436 billion was paid to the local governments.
Yes, but the average taxes paid to the local government, 16 billion per year. So if you multiply it by 11, Your Honor, it will only come close to 185 billion.
Yes, the annual average.
No, sir. 185 billion cumulative between 2007 and 2018.
Well, records of the PESA would say that would state that there is 436 billion paid to local governments. And would you agree that the annual average paid
No,
to
Your
local
Honor.
governments will be 48.486 billion?
I think, Your Honor, I can provide Your Honor with exact numbers.
Yeah, so
Because these
what
are
would be the annual average?
185, Your Honor, and the average would be 16 billion per year.
Now, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, it is admitted by the distinguished sponsor that the eco zone exports totals around 760 billion. It was also admitted by the distinguished colleague that the Ecozone exports from PESA alone comprise 65% of the total commodity exports. And the PESA exports constitute 16.28% of GDP, where we see now that our country has a GDP growth rate of less than 6%, because the first two quarters we had 5.5 and 5.6, so less than 6%.
Yes,
But of this, clearly, as admitted by the distinguished colleague, this comprises 16%. Would you all agree with that, distinguished colleague?
Your Honor, first, on the exports, the average export is 31 billion, but the imports is 23 billion. So the net exports of PESA zones, the entire PESA zone ecosystem, is only $8 billion per year.
Well, we do not
Your Honor,
compare.
And it may, Your Honor, if you, for example, if you look at our GIR as cover per imports, bulk of the cover has, we are spending a lot of money on the GIR, Your Honor, in keeping dollars, because the imports to export ratio of PESA is at 69% and a peak of 93%, Your Honor, in 2010. So, Your Honor, it's not exactly free. We spend a lot of money for these exports. The total incentives in 2015 to generate that exports of $43 billion is $235 billion in incentives. In 2016, to generate $47 billion, we spent $298.2 billion. And in 2017, for the export of $51 billion, the government for gun revenues is 346 billion pesos, Your Honor. So in short, Your Honor, we should put it into perspective.
Thank you, distinguished colleague, Mr. Speaker. But certainly, as figures would show, that we have exports totaling 16% of GDP. Of course, imports are being used to be able to produce and to be able to send these exports abroad, where there will be income from exports that have been that were delivered abroad. But you also agree, because you have stated that PESA directly employs 1.686 thousand people, persons, 1,486,000. Do you confirm that, distinguished colleague?
Yes.
1,486,000. And that total indirect employment, you have admitted to be 4 million.
Correct.
500,000 persons were employed.
When I say indirectly benefiting, Your Honor,
Yes.
not indirectly employed.
Yes, whether indirect or direct, it benefits. In other words, it may be indirect, but it benefits 4,000, 500,000 Filipinos. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
colleague? Yeah. And the remittance of the national government is, for 1995 to 2018, is 20 billion, and the remittance and the taxes paid is 42 billion, and the expenses of the taxes paid to the local government was 436 billion. Is that correct?
Your Honor, the total taxes paid by firms inside PESA in 2015 is 14.9. In 2016, it's 17.7. In 2017, is 22. It may be that we include the taxes paid by employees inside the zone is 12.5, and inside, and in 2016, 15.7, and 2017, 11.2, showing really a slowdown. So, Your Honor, I think from a sum total point of view, Your Honor, the 45 billion is a feasible number. if you include taxes paid by employees inside the zone, assuming they don't have any other job.
So you've stated that the average payment per year of taxes paid to the government is 18 billion, correct?
National government, yes. So, but Your Honor, in 2015, the actual is, as you said, 42.2 billion.
So, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, with all of these taxes paid to the government, both national and local, with all the percentage of exports of our GDP, and also very importantly, the direct and indirect employment, which totals 6.1 million Filipinos. The question, Mr. Speaker and distinguished colleague, why? Why would you want to change the regime of PESA when it is working for our country? It's employing 6 million people, and have a regime change on incentives. In other words, Mr. Speaker, if it ain't broke, why fix it? That is the question.
Because we're spending more than what we get. The cost of keeping PESA is 125 billion in 2015. The benefit in terms of the taxes you mentioned is only 103. So we're actually losing 22 billion. There are other things, Your Honor. There are actually 4 met optics that are being used. If you use, for example, that some of these are unnecessary incentives, you will see, Your Honor, that the actual losses to the national government are actually so much higher, of 90 billion per year, Your Honor. Because out of the total you mentioned, these companies would have been here, but they cited in PESA. So, Your Honor, this author believes that PESA will remain. It is still recognized as an investment promotion agency. Its role in nation building will remain. It's only that we need to do certain reform to ensure, number one, that the revenues or the benefits to the general economy is higher than the cost we pay for them. Number two, that we optimize the performance from these PESA locators, because right now, even if they produce some jobs or some other benefits, their incentives have no linkage. In this bill, Your Honor, if you want to get incentives even inside PESA, first, if you employ more labor, you get additional 50% deduction. If you put in R&D, you have double deduction. If you put in infrastructure leading to your factory, that will be double deduction. In fact, Your Honor, the incentives being provided by CITIRA is actually the most progressive in the entire region. Except that, Your Honor, what are the 2 things we are removing? Number one, we are removing forever. Because in the law we passed in 1995, after the 4-year ITH, Your Honor, all PESA firms forever will only pay 5% on gross income tax. The second regime change, Your Honor, is that the GIE, when you put GIE and CIT side by side, there is incentive that those expenses that cannot be charged under the GIE will naturally migrate to the CIT, to their firms that are inside or outside the zone. Your Honor, we have established statistically that there are at least 64 billion pesos in terms of transfer pricing anomalies because of the coexistence of a CIT and a GIE. In short, Your Honor, we are not removing PESA. We recognize PESA as an investment promotion agency, except that the incentives will need to be reformed. We must link it to performance, like labor, R&D, training, infrastructure, and number two, that there will be no more forever. If we read, for example, Your Honor, the substitution bill that is in front of everyone, they can actually reapply immediately after the expiry of their new incentives. Number two, Your Honor, we have it that the SIPP, that has been proposed by the Department of Trade and Industry covers almost 64% of our gross value added, and therefore most of the economic activities in this country will be covered. What changed, Your Honor, is that instead of forever, now you have to come back to government after 10 years if your company is outside the zone, outside Metro Manila. Actually, Your Honor, if you look at it, there is a single-minded bias for countryside enterprises. If you invest in Metro Manila, you only get 5 years. If you invest in adjacent areas like Rizal, you get 7 years. But if you invest, let's say in Quezon, you will get 10 years, Your Honor. So these are the kind of reforms, Your Honor. And after the expiry of your incentives, Your Honor, you can come back. You can come back and come back to PESA and ask for a new set of incentives. And I have it on record, Your Honor, from the DTI or from the authorities, that they will be generous in the approvals in the first 3 years. And number two, they can keep coming back. What cannot possibly go on forever, Your Honor, is that we are the only country in the world offering forever 5% GIE, tax on gross income earned. Number two is really that the coexistence of GIE and CIT that has to go due to the transfer pricing anomaly that is costing the government 65 billion. Number three, that all incentives should be linked to performance in order for us to optimize. Right now, Your Honor, those 3 key aspects of this reform, including the bias for countryside. As I've said, invest in NCR, you get 5. Invest in adjacent, you get 7. You invest in Cagayan de Oro, you get 10. So in other words, Your Honor, this will probably be the single biggest push for countryside private investments. Because I guess, Your Honor, we have actually, this government has done more by way of public infrastructure spending outside of Metro Manila. So I have no debate, Your Honor, with respect to contribution. What we only need to do is to tweak the incentive system so that there is no forever, that there's no coexistence of CIE and GIE and CIT, and 3, that they should be linked to performance, and number 4, that there should be bias for the countryside.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague. You said that PESA will still be around and that it will not be abolished, and it continues. But don't you agree that with these amendments, this will have a chilling effect for those companies already in PESA and who wish to increase their capitalization and their expansion, and discourage future businesses to get into the country, thereby losing the opportunity for our country to have more investments, more employment, more taxes paid to the national government and the local government?
I see, Your Honor, the real concern of business investors. I presented this to 3,000 investors in the stock exchange. I presented this to the Joint Foreign Chambers. I presented this to SAPI, and I presented this to ITBPAP. And I can tell Your Honor that they are fine already with this. Perhaps it is the laws of the supreme regulatory authority of PESA. But I guess, Your Honor, the single, yung concern po talaga is that the legislation is getting protracted. And if I'm an investor, I'd like to know what I'm getting into. So the faster we approve this, which has already been approved in the 17th Congress, Your Honor, it will ease the investors. As I've said, I spent a long Saturday with the Joint Foreign Chambers, the Japanese, the Europeans, the Australians, the Americans, and I can tell you, Your Honor, they're fine with the tenure. They're fine with the regime. I told them that we are not demonizing you and that we're not going after you. What we're going after, really, Your Honor, is that we cannot allow forever. Number 2, I keep repeating myself, Your Honor. So in short, Your Honor, I'm not saying that the suspension or the withdrawal or any point of withdrawal is hypothetical. But at this point, Your Honor, there has been no recorded application that has been approved, that has been withdrawn by any investor, Your Honor, based on all what we say is, if you look at the news flow, Your Honor, surrounding this bill, what we have only is that we would have invested, but something like that. So, Your Honor, in terms of actual withdrawals of approvals, there is zero, Your Honor.
Thank you, distinguished colleague. Is it not that in Cebu, a Japanese company, instead of being able to expand, already is going to transfer operations to another country?
We've talked to them. They're more concerned about the long delay. They'd like the final shape of Sitira, Your Honor. They'd like to see the final shape of Sitira.
And that, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, the PESA incentives like the tax holiday are not given forever. There is always this mention about taxes, incentives forever. But is it not a fact that the income tax holiday for PESA enterprises are time-bound? For pioneer projects, it is 6.8 years, 6 to 8 years. For non-pioneer projects, it's 4 to 6 years.
Correct, Your Honor. But nowhere in the whole world do you have GIE forever. Whereas 3 million other enterprises pay 30%, especially the small corporates in the Philippines. They're paying 30%, whereas in PESA, you only pay 5%. But in terms of the employment generated, in terms of the export, Your Honor, I could share with you a lot of this empirical data because we have employed the world's 6th best data scientists. And I can tell you and assure you, Your Honor, that if you look at, for example, the comparison between companies with incentives versus companies without incentives, in all the indicators of performance, there's only one where PESA is better than those without incentive. It is in the amount of wages. But if you look at their dividends, compared to the incentives, incentives are 132% of dividends. In short, Your Honor, that the higher labor wages they're able to afford is because of the incentives we give them. There is a body of analytics, Your Honor, surrounding this bill. And I assure you that the administration still look to investors as a partner, and therefore will provide them as far as possible something that is more consistent. In other words, across all industries, across all nationalities, whether Filipino or foreign. And number 2, that there is performance link. And number 3, that there is less leakage for transfer pricing. So, Your Honor, I would like to assure you that at the appropriate time, if you wish to further improve on the bill that is in front of all of us, this chairman, this committee will willingly accept.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Chairman. Is it not that the PESA's incentives are already tried and tested, and it has been proven to be competitive and attracts investors? Then why are we changing the rules in midstream? Why do we do that
On the
when
contrary,
we have these kinds of exports and especially employment? As President Duterte has said in the SONA, our duty, public officials, is to give a comfortable life to all Filipinos. And what will happen if these millions of workers may not be able to work because there will be a transfer of headquarters and companies from the PESA zones to different countries competing with us?
Your Honor, if you read this bill, we are offering the best, but no forever. We're offering the best. Vietnam only offers 2 plus 2. We are offering 10, 6 plus 4. And in terms of the other incentives, like NOLCO for 5 years after the cumulative 3 years of losses, in terms of the 100% additional deduction for infrastructure, 100%, at no time in our history have we given incentive to infrastructure by private companies. Now we are. In terms of the labor, if they buy more from domestically, we will provide them additional incentive. Those incentives right now we have are not linked by any causal legislation, where we can say, kasi pag hindi ka kumuha ka lang ng 15 workers, then we will give you only 50% additional deduction for 15 workers. But if you pay them more, then there is incentive because we will give you 50% more. So in short, Your Honor, that type of incentive regime does not exist. We are not here to scare away investors. We are actually here to attract them. It's really the protracted nature of our democratic legislation that seems to, of course, that's why we need to go and really scrutinize. But we have Rule 48 that essentially says things that were approved before, we should benefit from their collective wisdom. And number 3, Your Honor, this committee improved, almost double what the DOF was willing to give. Whereas before, they were only offering 322, now we're offering 10. They were offering 3.2 in Metro Manila. So in short, Your Honor, right before us, Your Honor, is probably one of the best offer in the world. So it is for PESA to implement the new investment incentive regime. We will not take it away from them. In fact, they will have head start advantage in promoting this incentive. I look forward, Your Honor, to the constructive role of PESA as a promotion agency.
Thank you, distinguished colleague. Is it not that precisely these incentives are the first attraction for investors because we lack, for example, the infrastructure needed to support investors coming in and also transportation facilities. And that precisely, if we have a change of regime, then we therefore would give a message to investors, both present in our country and incoming investors, that there is now a change. What has been given before has been withdrawn.
No.
And so everything will also be unstable because precisely government changes what has been given to them. And so therefore it creates this view that instability, they might as well go to other countries where they are assured.
My God, Your Honor, you can compare this incentive regime with that of Vietnam in terms of pesos. And I will tell you, we are offering possibly the best offer we made in our entire history. And number 3, Your Honor, what are investors looking for? They're looking for regulatory predictability. And therefore, precisely, we're not, for as long as this is left hanging, Your Honor, then I guess you would always have that sense of uncertainty. We have the number 2 is inefficient government bureaucracy. We hope that the ODB, the 37-20-45 rule, will take effect and that the local government units. And number 3, Your Honor, is inadequate infrastructure. You cannot use incentives, Your Honor, to pay for what we call dissatisfier variables. There is a basic minimum that you have to meet by way of the investor expectations. Incentives, sad to say, I have to use this adjective, is a band-aid solution to lack of infrastructure. You just have to do it. Right now, Your Honor, for the past so many decades, this country invested only 1.4% of GDP in infrastructure. For the past 3 years, Your Honor, we have invested triple that. For this year's budget, we're investing 4.6 billion pesos, 4.6% of GDP in infrastructure. That excluding capital outlay, Your Honor. In short, what I say, Your Honor, there is such a thing in the stock market. There's no good price for a bad company. There's no good incentives for where infrastructure inefficient, where regulation is unpredictable, and where government bureaucracy is inefficient. So in short, Your Honor, we will have to deal with each factor simultaneously, but we must give it our best shot. So, Your Honor, I guess I still have to admit that you can give the best incentives for investing in Marawi, and we have announced that. But has anyone invested? Because incentives provided to those going to Marawi will see that the other sources of profitability are not there. And the risk premium that you have to pay for these incentives are much higher than the incentives themselves. So I do not wish, Your Honor, I'd rather engage Your Honor in terms of the constructive suggestion that you may have. Because this bill has been the work of my three former chairmen of the Committee on Ways and Means. It has been approved way back in January 8, 2018 by the Cabinet. It was recently approved in two LEDACs, one in August, one in July, and one in August, and recently in September. So in short, Your Honor, we wish to rather engage its Excellency, your knowledge, your collective wisdom in sharpening and enhancing this bill so that PESA we can optimize the contribution of PESA to nation building.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, distinguished sponsor. Precisely, this interpellation is really meant to really improve this bill. That is why we have a plenary hearing on this. And the only purpose of this representation is to show what may be the negative effects. We say that this new bill will invite investors. But the message itself of this bill, which changes the regime of incentives provided by different IPAs, including the PESA, certainly would immediately negate what are the promises of this bill. Because there have been this system that we had with the Board of Investments, with the PESA, with the other IPAs, and then we come with a big change, regime change, and precisely this will have an effect to those investors by saying the country, our country, has not been able to really protect what has been given to the previous investors. Not correct, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker,
Yes,
distinguished
Your Honor.
colleagues.
But the current regime is not perfect. What this bill essentially tries to do is to correct and to make structural changes. It is change for good. Some people may be afraid of change. I have talked to the JFC, they're fine now. I have talked to the ITB-POP, they're fine now. I have talked to SAPI, they're fine now. Perhaps, Your Honor, PESA must be seeing something else. And I would like to constructively engage them in essentially what it is. Because the investors themselves do not fear it now. Because as I've said, I've talked to the joint foreign chambers in a long day, Your Honor, and explained exactly what it is and why it is beneficial for them and how we can optimize their contribution to the country. So I guess, Your Honor, there's nothing to fear from this.
But is it not that, in fact, the different foreign chambers of commerce are very much worried that this particular bill, if approved precisely, gets out the present incentives and imposes new one, which
Yes.
will change the ball game?
Yes, Your Honor, but I've talked to them personally. I've talked to their president, I've talked to the Japanese, I've talked to the South Korean foreign chamber, I've talked to the Australian, the New Zealand, I've talked to, and I tell you, Your Honor, I've explained the whole scheme. And they say that it's much better, but of course, they'd like forever. They'd like GIE, because they are afraid of LGUs. In fact, Your Honor, when we ended up at lunch, the remaining message was that natatakot po kami sa LGU, in English po. Yun lang po talaga ang sinabi nila sa akin, that this bill will open them up to some form of abuses at the local environment, Your Honor. But with respect to the tax regime, they're fine with the 10 years. They're fine, of course, they're excited about the new incentives we're proposing. So, sabi ko, kung wala lang ho talagang transfer pricing, we can retain the GIE. But Your Honor, we cannot close the gap if we have two parallel regimes, one for GIE and one for CIT, because there will always be a motive to shift expenses where there is a tax shield. And therefore, that tax shield is in the CIT. So kahit po lunch siguro, representation na wala naman mamainusan sa GIE, ililipat po nila sa CIT. And I've seen, Your Honor, and I've worked with a lot of them, I tell you that transfer pricing is rampant, Your Honor, inside the zones.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker. But you always harp on the forever in the, for example, the PESA scheme of taxation. It is 5% of gross. Would you agree that we have proposed in this bill to lower from 30% to 20%?
Yes.
Of the income of corporations?
So, Your Honor,
Would you not believe that at 5% may be a good figure in terms of having the gross, not on the net income of corporations? As you very well know, corporations may be putting in a lot of expenses such that the bottom line will be smaller than a gross income taxation.
if you run the simulations, Your Honor, and I've talked to tax experts, Your Honor, the GIE regime is inferior to the CIT. Because, Your Honor, it penalizes, like Jollibee, it will be penalized. Jollibee, 14% of their total revenues is actually in advertising. So that will not be counted under a GIE, Your Honor. So it is akin to a gross income taxation system, Your Honor. And I guess you being a tax expert yourself, tax law expert yourself, would agree that although that simplicity is tempting, but I guess, Your Honor, that it creates inordinate disproportional impacts between big and small. Those companies with high gross margins will benefit. Those with low gross margins will be at a loss. So, Your Honor, yung GIE po, by the time, let's say, a Metro Manila, or let's go to Cagayan de Oro, with 6 years and 4 years, by the time that they will be subject to CIT, yung kanila pong CIT, which is RCIT, Reduced Corporate Income Tax, from 18 would have fallen to 13, of which 3% will be given to Cagayan de Oro. In short, Your Honor, we now have a direct way of compensating the host LGUs. So pag binilang nyo po, in fact, yung lahat ng bilang po ng RCIT, ngayon po nakaset siya sa 18. So by the time some of these companies switch from ITH back, I think the latest would be 2021, 22, and then for 2023. So by 2023, the RCIT would have been 16. And by the time we're into, if you have a 5-year transition period, so 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, you would be paying 13% RCIT. And we've done simulations, Your Honor, between RCIT and GIE. An RCIT of a GIE of 5% is almost equal, ceteris paribus, to a 13% CIT, Your Honor. It's just that we want all costs to be accounted for.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, would you agree that taxation measures have to be prospective?
Correct.
And in this particular case, this will be effective already as part of PESA is concerned. Once approved, we will have, therefore, for those new companies which were promised to have the income tax holiday of 6 to 8
I
and
yield, Your
46.
Honor, to your wisdom in terms of the legalities of it. But
That-
from the economic perspective, Your Honor, we're providing them 5-year sunset provision for switching into the new regime. And there are two things. One, in fact, there is incentive for them to switch to the new regime immediately. And number two, after their incentives lapse, they can reapply. They just have to justify. We just want that these incentives are linked to employment, are linked to R&D, are linked to training, are linked to infrastructure, are linked to purchases of domestic inputs. Right now, Your Honor, it is an afterthought that merely happens because of their own operation, as a consequence of their operations. So there's nothing to fear with this bill, Your Honor, actually. If you count it, we run it actually under our huge database. Almost 66% of the entire gross value added will actually be eligible for the incentive under the Strategic Investment Priorities Plan. So there's nothing to fear. And we have it from DTI, BOI, and all the other IPAs that they will be very generous in the first 3 years, especially if they relocate to Cagayan de Oro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague. But the point really is that these locators were therefore, when they were given their certificate of registration, were given this income tax holiday, for example, of 6 to 8 years or 4 to 6 years. It's not a matter of sunset provision. It's either you apply it retroactively or prospectively. And the rule of taxation is prospective. You cannot anymore change the regime of 6 to 8 years or 4 to 6 years for non-pioneer into a different regime with a promise of a sunset provision, because taxes are prospective. And
Yes,
then
Your
also those given already, the 5% gross income taxation, are already enjoying that, and it's already the commitment of the government that they will have that. In other words, if you plan to put up an incentive scheme, it should be prospective.
Yes, Your
Those
Honor.
already in our export zone, they deserve, also under the impairment of contract clause of the Constitution, that they will be respected, that there can be no change in the middle of what has been given. In other words, prospectivity would not allow us in this Congress to make it retroactive to affect the locators right now in our eco zones, because that will be in violation of the prospectivity laws on taxation. So we are now changing it against the very nature of taxes to be prospective. When our investors came here, they were given 6 to 8 years. They were given 4 to 6 years for non-pioneer. They were given 5% for gross. So that is why they came over. And now you're going to say, no more gross taxation. We will go to income tax taxation. We change what has been granted to you. Is it not a retroactive implementation which is against the basic rule on taxation on being prospective?
Your Honor, this bill essentially flows from the sovereign power of Congress to set tax policy. It is inherent power of the state to tax or to forgo taxes. It is the responsibility of all taxpayers to contribute to nation building by paying taxes. Incentives are not entitlements, but privileges that must be earned. When firms apply for incentive, they do so under prevailing incentive structure, which can be changed by Congress. If tax incentives cannot be changed, or in this case, improved, then it is telling Congress has no power to change tax policy. We are providing a sunset clause to the incentive, and which does not violate the non-impairment clause under the 1987 Constitution. The non-impairment clause under the Constitution cannot be invoked in the case of a revocation of the tax incentive, as non-impairment yields to the government's higher power, police power. and the power to tax. The government is bodily exercising a regulatory and governmental function pursuant to its police power and power of taxation in granting incentives. The government is not acting in its private capacity so as to make such incentives an inducement of valid and substantial consideration for entities to register. Lastly, the incentives also emanate from regulatory law and not from an executive fiat alone. I don't want to wish to cite because you're better than me in terms of the S-cross on this, but I guess, Your Honor, that we will minimize the adjustment, concerns for these investors, and if in their perspective, but in the perspective of Congress, it is what is good for the country and it is the right thing to do.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, a distinguished colleague had not really been able to address the first issue that I would like to deal in terms of the legal structure of taxes, and that is that it is prospective. No amount of sunset provision can take away what has been given to locators here. And that is why if there is therefore a new law, it will have to apply to the succeeding locators. But we can never get the 5% already granted to them, nor the 6 to 8 years that we have, because that will certainly be a retroactive application. The United States New York Bar has clearly stated that retroactivity of taxation laws are abhorred by all jurisdictions because precisely it changes the regime. When they came in to be able to invest, we told them that this is the income tax holiday for this many years, and this is the taxation for you. We invited them to come. They are our investors. We want them to come and employ our people. And then we now say, there is a sunset provision. We are going to take away what we have given to you. That is precisely the first issue on the matter of the legality of this particular bill, because I have other issues concerning the constitutionality of this bill. So back to retroactive. So you are really having a retroactive implementation. The sunset provision already affects the very nature of the incentives already given, and those that located here in good faith had received the government insurance and the government promise and the commitment of the government that they, when they come here, will get those income tax holidays and the 5% gross. So what is the answer on the prospectivity of taxation laws?
The power to give is also the power to take. Your Honor, why are we taking away what you was called essentially, you describe it as a vested right, as if Congress has surrendered its sovereign will of what is right and good for our country. But Your Honor, why are we taking away? Because this incentive system, they may produce headline positive things, but on a net basis, Your Honor, one, they encourage transfer pricing anomaly, 64 billion. Number two, Your Honor, it results in almost 1.4 trillion in economic losses because we give them more than what they contribute to this economy, Your Honor. We can give for as long as there is a return. And in this case, Your Honor, there is empirical basis, there is statistical basis to remove these incentives and provide what we might call a smooth transition into the new incentive regime. The prospectivity, Your Honor, suggests that Congress has surrendered its sovereign will on the national welfare.
On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, we are a rule of law, and we are governed by the due process provision of the Constitution. We are governed by the impairment of contract clause, and therefore our Supreme Court and the Supreme Courts in the United States states have already ruled that taxes are prospective. You cannot change, especially foreign investors coming in, lured by all of these incentives. Then you are going to say later on, we have changed our mind. Or you will not be anymore entitled to the 5%. You will not be paid.
Incentives are not entitlements. Incentives are not rights. They are privileges given by the state.
But unfortunately, there arises a contract because precisely these locators came here with a contract as being protected by the Constitution. No person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. We cannot just pass a bill that will now
So in
erase
short, Your
what
Honor,
has been given, Mr. Speaker. Let me finish. So in other words, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, this is an example of what the Supreme Court of the Philippines have already stated a long time ago, that taxation laws will always be prospective. How can you change what has been granted, which has ripened into a contract and a franchise? How can you do that in a bill like this? What should be done is that there should be, therefore, for those that are coming in, the new ones, then you say, oh, hindi ka na 5%. You will go under the corporate income taxation. And so that is what we really have. So the first real constitutional test of this, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that it retroactively applies to what has been agreed upon by the government and the locators by changing the regime of taxation, by changing it without due process of law in violation of the impairment of contract laws of the Constitution.
this bill is a valid act of the sovereign will of Congress. These foreign investors were not elected. So therefore, Your Honor, that the taxes that were imposed prior to 1995 cannot be changed.
That is why this taxation of 5% started in 1995. It was not imposed. This was by the law
By
given,
Congress.
and those
Congress.
who entered
By
are now
Congress.
protected.
By Congress, Your Honor.
Correct, by Congress. So they're protected. Those who are under the
Therefore, the
regime
sovereign will
of this law.
of the people, as manifested by the election of 304 congressmen, should take precedence, Your Honor.
But it will not defeat any rule of law, and it will not defeat decisions of the Supreme Court and pronouncement that laws will always be prospective. We apply this to the next locators coming in. We tell them, hey, this is now the new law. If you come in, it's now the new law. But for the existing locators, how can you tell them, we are now going to erase the 5%? We are now going to shorten the 6 to 8% for pioneer industries. How can we do that, Mr. Speaker? That is my question that should really
It
be
is
answered.
a reasonable use of the powers of Congress. The withdrawal of taxes is not a tax, and therefore prospectivity does not apply.
Mr. Speaker, so that would be subject, therefore, Mr. Speaker, again to the interpretation of the Supreme Court when one of the agencies will go up to the Supreme Court. And as I have stated, uniformly, the Supreme Court is always against the retroactive application of our taxation laws. I'll go to the next point, Mr. Speaker. Distinguished colleagues, will you indulge this representation for the next point?
Yes, that's the
Thank
third.
you, distinguished colleague. Our Constitution, Section 26, Paragraph 1, states, every bill passed by the Congress shall embrace only one subject, which shall be expressed in the title thereof. Don't you agree with this provision, distinguished colleague, Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
And do you agree that this provision is mandatory and that a law enacted that will have many matters included in a bill will be unconstitutional? Would you agree?
It's up to the Supreme Court, Your Honor, but I guess, Your Honor, in the best judgment of the committee, as well as the 17th Congress, this all pertains to the amendment of the National Internal Revenue Code. Therefore, it is one subject.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, this constitutional provision, do you agree, contains dual limitations upon the legislator? Limitations to legislation.
Yes, that's why it's only one subject.
That's why, because first, the legislature is to refrain from conglomeration. And this bill conglomerates many laws, the PESA law, the IPA's law, even Presidential Decree 776, the FIRB. It's not correct. This is only about the National Internal Revenue Code. This affects many laws, as enumerated also in this bill. So would you agree that this is a conglomeration and should be struck down by the Supreme Court? Because under one statute, we cannot have heterogeneous subjects. Would you agree with that, distinguished colleague?
I think, Your Honor, it is easy to establish the closeness or the proximity of all the other matters you mentioned to the one single subject, which is the amendment of the NIRC. With respect, for example, to the adjustment to FIRB, certainly, Your Honor, the NIRC must be subject to oversight, and therefore, Your Honor, we are merely providing the structure in order to ensure that the incentives are uniformly, consistently, and efficiently and effectively enforced or processed, Your Honor.
In fact, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, the principal purpose of having this constitutional requirement is that this is to apprise legislators of the object, nature, and scope of the provisions of the bill, and to prevent the enactment into law of matters which have not received the notice, action, and study of the legislators. Is that correct, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague?
Notice to?
This one title embraced in one subject matter in a bill is precisely to apprise the legislators like you and me and all of us present. Unfortunately, the others are not present now. But you have to know the object, the nature and scope, the provisions of the bill. Why? To prevent the enactment into law of matters which have not received the notice, action, and study of legislators.
Section 26 of Article 6 of the Constitution, Your Honor, sufficiently complied with, where the title is comprehensive enough to embrace the general objective of the law it seeks to achieve. And if all the parts of the statute are related and germane to the subject matter embodied in the title, and so long as the same are not inconsistent with the general title, Your Honor, they are valid.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, this bill expands the power of the FIRB, and FIRB is governed in its creation by PD 776. It's not even stated in the title. What about PD 776? You want to expand 776 and you don't put that in the title here. You just said adding chapters to the NIRC. That is a gross violation of the one subject
Your
matter
Honor.
title rule.
I think, Your Honor, I can cite so many laws where even you are an author, wherein on the repealing provisions, Your Honor, where certain other laws which are impacted by the new directions or the new substance of the general subject matter will be impacted, Your Honor. Then a direct repeal and therefore the citation of these laws that will be repealed by action of the affirmative provisions of this proposed law, I think is certainly within the purview of constitutionality.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, the Fiscal Incentives Review Board was created by another law, PD 776. It's now being amended by expansion of its functions. But yet, it is not found in the title of the bill. And the reason why it's not here is because it will become a violation if you put PD 776. At the same time, you cannot therefore include in this bill a law which covers the FIRB, and now the XIRB will be the all supreme. They will be the one that will be giving incentives. They will be the one evaluating. And so therefore, this is a clear, if there is therefore an intention to abide by the law, there should be a different bill to take care of incentives and review by the FIRB. But you cannot tack them in the National Internal Revenue Code. Certainly not, Mr. Speaker.
Asan ba yung title? Section 299, Your Honor, is properly adjusted to in the title. And you're referring to the new FIRB.
What does it provide for the enlightenment of those who are present?
We are
Section 299.
An act amending Section 299.
Yeah. Oh, how about that? Does it deal with the FIRB as in Presidential Decree 776? Of course not. Definitely not. Mr. Speaker, this is a different subject matter. That's why even the title of the bill, the short title pronounced to the world, CITIRA, Comprehensive Income Tax and Incentives Rationalization. The problem with that, there are many IPAs with different laws and decrees. And there are also, the FIRB is expanded to the NIRC without going to the bill itself. The bill of PD 776, how can that be? So that is my question. That's the second issue that may be brought to the Supreme Court, because certainly the title cannot have more than one coverage except amendment to the NIRC. Let us hear.
Thank you very much for your suggestion. We will accept that as an amendment in the appropriate time, but it doesn't substantially.
Mr. Speaker,
So in
my
other
point
Your
is,
Honors, we will accept that amendment, that the amendment or the repeal provision should apply to Presidential Decree 776.
yes, because Chapter 3 of Section 298 of this bill clearly has a subtitle. And the subtitle, Mr. Speaker, is Expanded Functions of the Fiscal Incentives Review Board. Clearly, this is a matter that really affects the public PD 776. And to just include this expansion in the NIRC to be able to have one bill violates the provision that the one title should contain one subject matter. And that subject matter will only be amendments to the NRC. But when you expand a law, how can that be a part of one title of the bill? You cannot also put another title on the bill, because if you do that, it will violate Section 26, Paragraph 1 of the Constitution that says only one title with one subject matter. Everything else will be declared unconstitutional because it is extraneous to the title of the bill, which in this case are amendments and to the National Internal Revenue Code. That is quite clear
The
in
relationship,
legal.
Your Honor, between FIRB and this proposed bill is just as near as this building to its gate. It is germane because, Your Honor, this bill pertains to incentives. And therefore, Your Honor, it must be oversighted. And therefore, Your Honor, there's Section 299. It may be that we will include, Your Honor, in the repeal provisions, the repeal of PD 776, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, in the proper time, I will move to delete all proposals pertaining to the FIRB. Have a separate legislation to deal exclusively with the amendments of the NIRC, which is this bill. And of course, if you want to expand FIRB, it should be contained in another bill, on another law, because these are separate subject matters. Expansions of the power of FIRB are different from taxation itself. This is a mechanism of a review. This is an administrative mechanism with a different decree. And so therefore, we should be able to therefore make sure that our bill, Mr. Speaker, will be constitutional. That means one title, one subject matter. Because if we are able to have this, we include in one lump sum a conglomeration of bills to be amended, then it will not be, these matters will not be germane to the bill that we are trying to approve. So would the gentleman agree that in the proper time he'll allow me to move to delete all proposals pertaining to FIRB and go to another bill that can be filed, and there he could have his bill that will want to change the complexion, the powers, the authority of the FIRB. We know from the distinguished colleague.
My stand, Your Honor, is I will not accept.
Oh, anyway, that will still come in the peer amendments. But what I'm saying is precisely, we want to help in this particular case, make our bill constitutional. And that is why we believe that we could not, in this particular case, incentives, it's okay. It's about the taxes. But the administrative regulation of the FIRB and the PD 776 should be dealt differently. Otherwise, we will be violating the Section 26, Article 6 of the Constitution, that every bill passed by Congress shall embrace only one subject, which shall be expressed in the title thereof.
Correct.
So I go to my next point, Mr. Speaker. Is that possible, distinguished colleague?
Yes.
Now, Section 10 of Article 3, this is the Bill of Rights. It says, no law impairing the obligation of contract shall be passed. Is the distinguished colleague aware of this constitutional provision of Section 10?
Yes.
Now, the prohibition contained in constitutional provisions against impairing of the contract is precisely to respect contracts, to respect franchise, to respect property. And that is why would the gentleman agree that in a contract, the obligation of which is protected against impairment includes any lawfully binding agreement, either expressly or implied, executory or executed between private parties, the locators in this case, and the state or any of its instrumentality, even if such contract is in a form of grant from one to another. So would you agree with that statement?
No.
Oh, may I know why you will not agree
The
with that statement?
non-impairment clause in the
Because this was
Constitution
decided.
cannot be invoked in the case of a revocation of the tax incentive.
Well,
As the
this is-
impairment clause yields to the supreme power of Congress to police and the power of the state to tax. I don't want to cite all the escrow, but Your Honor, there's sufficient escrow to support that statement, Your Honor.
This statement, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, comes from the case of Noble versus City of Manila,
No.
where in this particular case it was stated that you cannot impair an agreement. In this case, the locator and the state of the Republic of the Philippines, when they locate, that they will be given all of these incentives. And that is the Supreme Court mentioning it. Would now the distinguished colleague change its position since the Supreme Court has ruled on the matter?
There's also Supreme Court ruling, Labogal Bilaan Tribal Association, Inc. versus Ramos, and the Republic of the Philippines versus Kagiwa. So, Your Honor, I think, verily, Your Honor, we will not stop you from going to the Supreme Court
May we
to
know what
decide which of those cited cases, whether the one you cited or the one I cited, is the one that is right and the one that is good for the country.
And Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, all authorities on contracts like Fletcher and Peck, like Willoughby on contracts, has clearly stated that precisely the state may not be able to destroy, take away the effectivity of contracts between the state and local and the other private party, because the Constitution protects, that's the Bill of Rights. The Constitution protects everyone who deals with the government. Is that correct, distinguished colleague?
But on the other hand, Your Honor, the jurisprudence is abundant with the rule of that in the inviolability of contracts may be set aside to carry out the state's objective of promoting general welfare. There is Jolden Way Merchandising Corporation versus Equitable PCI Bank, which says, the freedom to contract is not absolute. All contracts and all rights are subject to the police power of the state. And not only may regulations may affect them, be established by the state, but all such regulations must be subject to change from time to time, as the general well-being of the community may require, or as the circumstances may change, or as experience may demonstrate the necessity. Settled is the rule that the non-impairment clause of the Constitution must yield to the loftier purposes targeted by the government. The right granted by this provision must submit to the demands and necessities of the state's power of regulation.
But, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, in this particular situation, there have been decisions of the United States, Greenshaw versus U.S. 134 U.S. 99, and in the Philippines, Pedro versus Provincial Board of Rizal 56 Philippines 138. And here is the very pertinent decision of the Supreme Court. What does it say? And this falls squarely on our locators, which have made a contract with the Philippine government. It says, where the foreign corporation relying upon existing laws to the effect that certain charges will not apply and will be imposed upon it, and has entered with the state a transaction such as a transaction between locators and the PESA and the Board of Investments and the Clark Development Authority and the other IPAs, there is a contract. And that contract is existing between that foreign corporation and the state. The effect of that is that this obligation of the state cannot be impaired by law, by another law, because the Constitution precisely protects all of these contracts with our foreign locators, Mr. Speaker.
Your Honor, it should be read in a whole of Constitution worldview. I do not wish to belabor the point that U.S. laws are not valid here. We learn from them. And in fact, in recent days, Your Honor, Trump just violated that contract with Huawei, Your Honor, citing the same Constitution, citing the higher priority of national security, Your Honor. And I can go on and on that the Trump administration has done, which are violative of so-called contracts in favor of national security, Your Honor. The state has the right to promote the welfare of the people. It has the right to defend itself.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, in the case of Government versus Visayan Surety Insurance Company, 88 OG 2814, Official Gazette, and the case of Manila Trading Company versus Reyes, 62 Philippines 461, it clearly states a law impairs an obligation when it takes from a party a right to which he is entitled. In this case, the locators, by our agreement to locate, for them to locate here and granting them the franchise or the certificate of registration, precisely gives a right to these locators to demand that we follow what has been granted by the state. What are these? Income tax holiday, 6 to 8 years, pioneer. 4 to 6 years, non-pioneer. And 5% gross income taxation. This is already giving to a party the right to receive these benefits. It cannot be unilaterally taken out by another legislation. Plus, not the prospectivity of laws that we can apply this in the next batch of investors after this bill. But certainly no way can this be used to change the regime in those locators already here enjoying the rights given by the state itself. They have to be protected by the law on the impairment of obligations clause. Mr. Speaker.
Unfortunately, Your Honor, that PESA you referred to has submitted a bill which changes everything. Page 2, page 3, page 4, they're virtually, Your Honor, a mirror of an inferior kind to the bill we are essentially, he's trying to say, for example, Your Honor, that the ITH should be 10 years. There's none, Your Honor, in the existing ones. And 6 years for non-pioneer. That's the change of law. For example, they're saying that reduced corporate income tax, that does not exist in the existing law. It says in 4 years, 18, in year 5, 17, year 6. My God, Your Honor, your PESA admits that this law can be changed. They gave me a proposed change.
Mr.
In fact, it has
Speaker.
been filed, Your Honor, by yourself, which in fact, Your Honor, under 3757, virtually overhauls, but a bit, Your Honor, in a way that is more generous to investors, Your Honor, than the one we're promoting. But I guess, Your Honor, we can probably discuss, Your Honor, on some of the provisions which may, I think, we will learn from. But the only missing, Your Honor, in this law actually that you're proposing is the fact that there are no links to performance. So we're willing to, Your Honor, accept, because all the arguments that you have propounded, I think this bill actually defeats itself. So I guess, Your Honor, it's the mere filing of this bill does not change the principles, but rather, Your Honor, it also shows that you are convinced that tax laws can be changed.
Yes, but not when it impairs precisely the obligation of contracts. That's a separate. One section of our Constitution is the non-impairment of contract clause. And precisely, Mr. Speaker, we're not concerned whether you give additional rights, but the present rights of the locator should always be protected and cannot be unilaterally by a new legislation be taken away, because again, it will be a violation of the impairment of contract laws. We have to continue with the PESA, with the income tax holiday, and the 5%. Let the newer ones prospectively be now that will be imposed on them, and there's no problem. That's what we say. There can be changes, but the change, Mr. Speaker, is prospective. We cannot have change retroactively, trying to discard the 5% without a due process of law, because that is precisely protected by the Constitution. For the new ones, yes, by all means, we can have this bill, but it will be effective for the new ones because they will apply, and it's a take it or leave it. If they don't want the new law that we will pass, then they will not come in. But for those already in PESA, in Clark, in Subic, those granted the incentives by the Board of Investments, we cannot take that away from them. Otherwise, we impair the obligation of contracts. Because what does more cases of the Supreme Court say? In the case of New Orleans versus Louisiana Sugar, U.S. versus 125 U.S. 18, Green versus Biddle, 8 Wheat 84, Clemens versus Noting, a Philippine case, as early as 42 Philippines 702. It says, so far as concerns his substantive rights under the contract, they are impaired by any act which diminishes the value of the contract. If you will change the 5% to those already granted, that is a clear violation of the substantive rights of the locators. If you are going to say, for those who have just recently been given 6 to 8 years, they're only now in their second year, and you tell them, no more, you cannot get the 8 years, that is a substantive violation of our contract with them. And these cases will show that if we have somebody going to the Supreme Court, precisely, Mr. Speaker, if this is the kind of bill that we have, if we're not going to amend it, and one locator goes there, we are clear that U.S. jurisprudence, the Philippine jurisprudence will say, prospective. That should be the case. And we cannot have retroactive.
Is in the eating, Your Honor.
Yeah, let us hear from the distinguished colleague. Yeah.
The proof of the pudding is in the eating. I've talked to all the guys you are referring to, the JFCs, the SAPs, the ITB POPs, Your Honor. And I can tell you, Your Honor, with all the assurances I can make, for whatever it's worth, that they are already fine with the 10 years, Your Honor. That they are fine, that there needs to be changes, that incentives must be linked to performance, that in the whole world, there is no forever except in the Philippines, that the CIE-GIE framework leads to transfer pricing. It came from their very mouth, Your Honor, during a breakfast. In fact, they were volunteering certain instances, Your Honor, where that thing is so prevalent, Your Honor. But I guess, Your Honor, I'm sure that the bill that the committee has studied very well and that this Congress has passed on by its collective wisdom will surely pass any judicial review by the Supreme Court.
Well, that is a good opinion of the distinguished colleague, but based on the cases that we have cited from U.S. cases on taxation and Philippine cases, it's very clear. One of these cases, the case of Ogden versus Saunders, 12 Wheat 213, and Government of Visayas Surety, it says, it will now appear that a law, in order to impair, is necessarily retroactive. And this is the kind of law that is retroactive. And therefore, this impairs. If it is for prospective in operation, no impairment can result. That is the point. What we're saying here is, let us not have this kind of retroactive bill, because any retroactivity of the bill impairs the contract, obligation of contract. But if our distinguished authors will say, we will pass it and we will therefore implement this in the new applicants' locators, there will be no impairment of contract because it will be prospective. Does the distinguished colleague agree with that?
No.
So we proceed to the next point. Now, the FIRB shall, according to PD 776, the FIRB shall convene once a month as provided by 776 or as often at the call of the Secretary of Finance. Now, how will the Secretary of Finance be expected to fulfill his duties as chair of the FIRB, and on top of this, he will co-chair all of the IPAs? How can physically the Secretary of Finance handle that? He, according to the FIRB, it convenes once a month. It is chair of the FIRB. Now, he will also be co-chair of each of the IPAs. Do we know how many IPAs, distinguished colleague, will be affected by this retroactive bill?
Your Honor, to be practical, I guess being a member of the other IPA boards is not as critical as to chairing the FIRB. Your Honor, if you compare all the regulatory frameworks in the region, the DOF is always present in the approval and the grant of incentives, Your Honor. I'm talking about Thailand, Indonesia, Vietnam, and here is a comparison which I will willingly share with you. In the current, Your Honor, the DOF does not sit in the BOI, and virtually there has no role. Tapos, utusan natin sila maningil. Hindi ba Tamat lang na kung ikaw ang maniningil, dapat kung anong makakapigil sa inyong pagsingil, ay dapat at least meron kang pakialam. Doon po sa Indonesia, approval po dumadaan sa DOF. Sa Malaysia, ang DOF ang nag-audit. Sa Singapore, bago aprobahan, ini-evaluate ng DOF. Sa Thailand, siya mismo ang nag-approve. At sa Vietnam, siya ang nag-audit. Compared to the Philippines, Your Honor, where there's virtually no role for the Department of Finance. I can agree, Your Honor, that being a member of the board of all the other IPAs is not as critical as chairing the FIRB, Your Honor. So I guess, Your Honor, I will willingly accept an amendment that will essentially not make him a member of the board of the IPAs, but rather to keep his arm's length relationship with the IPAs. Then he may choose to only chair the FIRB. That is more critical because right now, nobody oversights the grant of incentives.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, just mentioned about the Secretary of Finance in other countries being involved in tax incentive authority. My research on tax incentives administration matrix, I don't know if the distinguished colleague will agree. Brunei Darussalam. The tax incentive authority is not the Secretary of Finance. It is the Ministry of Industry and Primary Resources. Would you agree that the tax incentive authority does not fall on the Secretary of Finance?
I have already mentioned, Your Honor,
Do
the
you
bigger
agree?
countries, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam, Your Honor. The ASEAN 5. These are the big countries, Your Honor.
Well,
So
all the
I
countries
guess,
that I will
Your
be
Honor,
citing now will be clearly
I will study,
the
Your
Secretary
Honor.
of Finance is not the one in charge of tax incentives.
Your
Let me
Honor,
go now to
pag ikaw
Cambodia.
utusan maningil, tapos wala ka namang pakialam, yung isang kamay mo, bigay ng bigay, tapos utusan mo isang kamay mo maningil, ano sa tingin mo po mangyayari? Ang pananaw ko po, Your Honor, reasonable lang, nabigyan ng papel ang tao na inutusan natin na maningil, na dapat, kung magbibigay siya, ay yung lalo po mapapaganda na ekonomiya, at kung sa kanya po ay ipo-forgo niya yung revenues dito, ay may mas mataas pong halaga na may dudulot po para sa sambayanan at para po sa gobyerno at para sa taong bayan. Your Honor, to me, it's very reasonable that those who collect must have a role in the things that we forgo.
Thank you, distinguished colleague, Mr. Speaker. So it's clear. In Brunei, it is not the Secretary, the Ministry of Finance, but the Ministry of Industry and Primary Resources. That is the tax incentive authority. We go to Cambodia. Will you agree, distinguished colleague, that the authority in Cambodia on tax incentives is the Council of Development of Cambodia, the Cambodian Investment Board, and the Cambodian Special Economic Zone Board, and not the Secretary of Finance?
Pero doon po may role po ang DOF. Member po siya. Dito po, kahit isang membership, wala po siya.
Yes, but in this case, the Secretary is head of the Fiscal Incentive Review. In fact, based on the expanded jurisdiction, it will not only review, it will approve, evaluate incentives, correct, Mr. Speaker?
In Cambodia, Your Honor, incentives requires approval of the Minister of Economy and Finance.
Precisely. It can be a secondary tier. But here, the FIB will be chaired by the Secretary of Finance.
Correct.
So completely different from Cambodia. Will we go now to Indonesia,
Because, Your
Mr.
Honor,
Speaker?
in other countries, there is an integrated foreign services authority where budget, finance, and development agency or NEDA are merged into one.
But we are talking of the highest tax incentive authority. I'm just showing, Mr. Speaker, the fact that in other countries, it is not the Secretary of Finance or a review board. The review board means it reviews. Now, the review board will now evaluate and grant incentives.
They will not grant incentives, Your Honor. They will not propose. It is the IPAs that proposes. In fact, there is a 45-day default provision which says if the FIRB does not act on a proposal by an IPA, it is deemed approved.
Precisely, Mr. Speaker. And that is why we go now to Indonesia. In Indonesia, would you agree that the Tax Incentive Authority is the Indonesian Investment Coordinating Board, the Badan Koordinasi Penanaman Modal, BKM, and not the Finance Department?
But
That is what we are.
income tax incentives require the approval of the Minister of Finance.
In this case, we are talking of tax incentive, not income tax, but tax incentive authority, who will give incentives. And that is why in Indonesia, it is not this Ministry of Finance, but just like here in the Philippines, which is what is going on, which is really working well, the Board of Investments. That is why it's called the Board of Investments. Now, with the FIRB, no more. It will not anymore evaluate the Board of Investments. It will be given to the FIRB, a review board, which is now evaluating already at the first instance.
Member po siya. Alam mo po dito, pagkapunta mo ng BOI, pag in-approve ng board, diretso na yung certificate of entitlement mo sa BIR. Hindi po siya dumadaan sa Minister, the Secretary of Finance. In fact, it is enforceable. It is enforced on the BIR once the BOI issues the certificate of entitlement, Your Honor, to all the incentives mentioned. So, Your Honor, kung maniningil halimbawa, tapos sabihin natin, oh, you grow the revenues by 12%, then suddenly, the other hand keeps approving, foregoing all the other revenues, I guess it stands to reason, Your Honor, that your left hand must know your right hand.
Let's go now, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, to Lao, PDR, People's Democratic Republic of Lao. The Tax Incentive Authority is the Investment Promotion Department. It's not even under the Ministry of Finance, but Ministry of Planning and Investment. So, again, showing that in our case, where we have the Secretary of Finance being chair,
Tama ka po.
it will be, let me finish first.
Tama ka po dyan, pero bakit ko naman i-compare sarili ko sa Lao?
Pardon?
Bakit ko naman po i-compare doon? Hindi naman natin kakompetensya. Ang kakompetensya po natin, Vietnam, Vietnam, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand. Doon po ako nakikipagpaligsahan.
We'll go to Vietnam.
Hindi po dyan sa Brunei,
We'll go
hindi
to
po
Vietnam.
dyan sa Laos, hindi po dyan sa Cambodia.
Vietnam. It is not the Ministry of Finance that will be handling tax incentive. Vietnam, Ministry of Planning and Investment.
Pero ino-audit niya po. Ngayon po, walang ka-audit-audit.
Pardon?
Hindi po. Ino-audit po ng Secretary of Finance.
There is no, the present...
The General Department of
parent-
Taxation and the State Auditor may carry out tax audit and reassess the tax incentive, which is tantamount to changing the tax incentives claimed by the taxpayer.
However,
That is based on their law. Text for text, Your Honor.
precisely, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, and distinguished colleague, here, would there be an incompatibility between the offices to be held by the Secretary of Finance, considering that as Secretary of Finance and Chair of IRB, he has the power to review, even veto recommendations made by the IPAs, of which he's also the co-chairman. He's the co-chairman of the IPA, and he will veto as FIRB chair. Oh, how is that? How is that?
Alam niyo po, sa tagal-tagal ko po na nasa private sector, Your Honor, nilalaan po talaga sa BOI, DTI, sa promotion at pinapabayaan na lang. Pero sa ngayon po, hindi na yung pwede dahil po nga doon sa mga nabanggit na mga masasamang epekto sa ekonomiya. Oo, maganda, may employment. At what cost? Oo, may export. Pero at what cost? Yung cost, mas mataas sa benefit, Your Honor. Kaya po, binabago natin ang sinasabi niyo pong kontrata. So, Your Honor, sa ngayon, paano naman yun sa 12? Iisa lang po ang DOF. di outvoted po siya. Sa Mark Tweed, Your Honor, kailangan bigyan ng substantial na poder ang isang Department of Finance dahil siya po ang maniningil. At nasa kanya rin po bilang primus inter pares ng Economic Managers Group. His first job really is to grow the economy. It only insofar, Your Honor, that if there is a negative impact of all these incentives that he may choose to, for example, go into. At saka hindi lang naman po yung kung bakit po. Bakit po natin i-expand ng FIRB? Number one, prevent the grant of unnecessary incentives by giving uniform application of incentive. Number two, ang expanded FIRB will improve transparency. Dahil siya mismo lang, wala nang ibang turuan. An expansive IRB will improve accountability kasi siya po ang oversight. Ang expanded FIRB will ensure that the costs and benefits, that the benefits outweigh the cost bago mo aprobahan. And siyempre, kung mas maganda ang cost-benefits analysis, siyempre makakatulong ang FIRB sa policy making. At ang expanded FIRB will ensure na sa dinami-dami ng IPA, yung priorities dapat nila aligned with the SIPP. Dahil kung minsan po, etong isang IPA, may isang industriya nag-offer na maganda, tapos po, hindi naman consonant to the National Development Strategy. Siyempre, on his level, okay, pero on the national level, it's not so okay. And lastly, Your Honor, ang function po ng expanded IRB is really to align, as I've already mentioned, that we are competing with Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. I think they are aligned with the international best practices in the grant of incentives system. The system in the granting of incentives.
Precisely, Mr. Speaker, we are trying to have some comparative study because we're saying here precisely that in this particular case, you have given all-encompassing powers to the Secretary of Finance. And that is why we have the comparison. And that is why after Vietnam, then we go to Thailand. In Thailand is the Board of Investment. Then we go to Myanmar. So that we have the same frame
Myanmar.
of tax incentive authority. Myanmar, who has the tax incentive authority? In Myanmar is the Directorate of Investment and Company Administration, not a review board chaired by a Secretary of Finance. Would you agree?
No.
No, why you agree? This is what is provided by
kasi
the law.
dadaan siya sa Ministry of Finance. Kasi po, yung tinatawag nating Myanmar Investment Commission, ay ang naka-chair po dyan ay yung Ministry of Finance. So, bakit ko naman po iiwain pa yung buhok ko? The proof of the pudding, in the reality, it is being approved by the Ministry of Finance, essentially. And it's only the Commission that provides the context.
Precisely. Because, for example, the Tax Incentive Authority is with the Directorate of Investment and Company. And we go to Malaysia, Mr. Speaker.
Audit lang po.
In Malaysia, the Investment Promotion Department, IPD, and the parent ministry is the Ministry of Planning and Investment. So where is the Secretary of Finance here?
Well, member po siya.
Well,
Number two, kasama po siya sa pag-audit ng incentives. So, natingin ko, Your Honor, kaysa naman sa ngayon sa atin na walang-wala.
we're not talking, Mr. Speaker, of membership. We're talking here of chairmanship of the Fiscal Incentives Review Board. That is what our Secretary of Finance is. He's going to evaluate and review and veto recommendations made by the IPAs, who for a long time have been evaluating this and granting the incentives. So let's move to another country, Mr. Chairman. So Singapore. Here we have the Economic Development Board. And it is under the Ministry of Trade and Industry, not the Secretary of Finance. So in other words, would you agree that here clearly let us leave incentives to those like the Board of Investment, not try to get the powers of the Board of Investment and put it in the FIRB. See, that is the point. That is the problem. We already have a Board of Investment. What happens to the employees? The BOI? What happens to the employees of the PESA? What happens to the incentives office of the Clark Development Authority, the BCDA? Wala. That's why you are providing in your bill for the displacement of workers. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman.
Wala akong displacement, Your Honor. Linalagyan ho natin ng isang oversight. Alam mo, parang hinahanda natin yung carpet. Tapos nasa inyo po kung paano ka mahiga. Sasabihin po namin sa FIRB, uy, dun ka. Mali ang nahigaan mo. May nakalaan na dyan. Ang sinasabi ko, Your Honor, it has always been international best practice to separate promotion and regulation. In this case, Your Honor, by its very nature, by its intrinsic nature, an incentive is a promotion. And therefore, Honor, the only way really is to regulate it or to oversight it. It's by, sasabihin ko nga kanina, kung ang left hand ang naniningil, yung right hand ang mimigay, kailangan alam po ng right hand yung left hand.
Mr. Speaker, just to inform the Majority Leader that we still have lots of questions. Can we continue tomorrow, Mr. Chairman, so that we will be more refreshed and be able to have both parties be prepared?
Mr. Speaker,
May I
if the
Majority
Honorable Rodriguez would have wished to continue, we would have gladly acceded to his wishes. If he wants to continue tomorrow,
We would like to continue tomorrow in view of the fact that tomorrow early morning I'll be interviewed, Mr. Speaker, by Head Start by Karen Davila, and if we take so much time here, I would not be very much prepared for the interview tomorrow. So I ask for a continuance to tomorrow because I still have a lot of questions here on the Board of Investments and the other IPAs.
Yes, the Majority Floor Leader, please.
yes, so we take note of the statement of the Honorable Rufus Rodriguez and his wish to continue tomorrow. With
Duly
that,
noted.
no more of our colleagues present wish to interpellate. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend consideration of our committee report number 2, which encompasses House Bill 4157. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Session is hereby suspended.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt the 17th Congress Rules of Procedure governing inquiries in age of legislation as the provisional rules for the 18th Congress until the adoption of the new rules. As the provisional rules, rather. So let me rephrase that, Mr. Speaker. I move that we adopt the 17th Congress Rules of Procedure governing inquiries in aid of legislation as the provisional rules for the 18th Congress until the adoption of the new rules of procedure governing inquiries in age of legislation for the 18th Congress has been written. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Just a minute. No, I do recall that we have suspended. Let me.
Consideration of the House bill, Mr. Speaker, not the session.
All right. There's a motion. Is there any objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader? The chair hears none. Motion is hereby approved.
Mr. Speaker, likewise, I move that we adopt the 17th Congress Rules of Procedure in Impeachment Proceedings as the provisional rules for the 18th Congress until adoption of the new rules of procedure in impeachment proceedings for the 18th Congress. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader? The chair hears none. Motion is hereby approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move we include co-authors to House Bills numbers 304 and 4157 as contained in the list submitted by the Committee on Rules. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved. The Secretary General will take note that there are other members of the author included.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the recognition of the Honorable Kit Belmonte on behalf of the minority. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the honorable gentleman from Quezon City of the minority is hereby recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the minority, I move that we elect to the Special Committee on Basis, Conversion, and Development the Honorable Aris Advincula. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adjourn till tomorrow, September the 3rd, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Session adjourned until tomorrow, September 3 at 5 o'clock p.m.